At this moment, may I call on our charming and dedicated research coordinator of the college, Professor Jinky Marie Chua, to present to us the members of the panel.
Thank you, Christina. May ganito pa pala. So the chair of our panel is here already, Sir Julius T. Capili. Together with me for the panel is Ma'am Bea Israel and Ma'am Nancy Martinez. We also have here with us the advisor of the first group, Sir Kelvin Dagiao. Ina?
Thank you, ma'am. I guess everyone are now ready. So without further ado, let's now welcome the first group. Group 6A, you may now present your paper.
Good morning, everyone. We are the Group 6A and we are here to present our study entitled Knowledge and Attitude of Police Personnel in Tuguegarao City Police Station on Obstructive Sleep Apnea. Next po. Background of the study. Obstructive sleep apnea or OSA is a common growing problem but a poorly understood disorder by ordinary individuals. A significant impact on one's quality of life and is linked to a range of unfavorable safety and health outcomes, including motor vehicle accidents. Sleep disorders, which are commonly linked to poor health performance and safety outcomes, are twice as common among law enforcement personnel than the general public and suggest that they remain largely undiagnosed and untreated. Next po. Extensive work schedules, shift work, professional stress, and risky and traumatic situations are all common occurrences for police officers, which can cause significant consequences for their health and public safety. Police officers' exposure to several risk factors for developing obstructive sleep apnea interest the researchers in conducting the study. Therefore, this study adds to the literature examining and focusing on an individual's knowledge and awareness of OSA to address health and wellness. In response to this, the researchers came up with the knowledge and attitude of police personnel in Tuguegarao City Police Station on obstructive sleep apnea. Next po. Statement of the problem. So generally, this study aims to evaluate the knowledge and attitude of police personnel in Tuguegarao City Police Station on obstructive sleep apnea. Specifically, the study will attempt to answer the following questions. Number 1, what is the profile of the police personnel in terms of demographic, which includes age, sex, marital status, and training attended on OSA? Next is in terms of socioeconomic, which includes ethnicity, educational attainment, sources of information, average monthly income, and membership in organization. Next is in terms of clinical, which includes major ailment, comorbidities, and maintenance drugs. Next is in terms of lifestyle and habits, which includes alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, and sleeping pattern. Next po. Number 2 is what is the level of knowledge of the respondents on OSA in terms of pathophysiology, signs and symptoms, risk factors, treatment and management, prevention and control. Number 3, what is the level of attitude of the respondents on OSA? Number 4, is there a relationship between the age, sex, marital status, training attended on OSA, comorbidity, alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, and sleeping pattern of the respondents with that of their attitude on OSA? Number 5, is there a relationship between the knowledge of the respondents with that of their attitude? Next po. Methodology. Simple random sampling was utilized. The researchers forwarded the letter to the college dean for the approval of the conducting the study. So upon the approval, the researchers also forwarded letter to the Cagayan Police Provincial Office to Tuguegarao City Police Station to retrieve the list of the police personnel population needed in the computation of the sample size using Slovin's formula with 95% confidence level and 5% margin of error. So in the given data, out of 274 police personnel that belongs to ages 24 to 45 years old, the computed sample size is 163. So researchers also asked permission for the conduction of the study, and adapted and enhanced survey questionnaire are used by the researchers to obtain the needed data. Next po. Survey questionnaires were subjected to the usual validation, pilot testing procedures, and reliability testing. Respondents who have met the predetermined requirements were informed with the study's purpose by the researchers. So our selection criteria are number one, police officers who police personnel who are ages 25 to 45 years old. Number two is able and willing to comply all studies requirement. And number three, written informed consent. Next is data gathering, and the coded file was sent to the statistician. And lastly, data was collected, analyzed, and interpreted. Next po.
Good morning, everyone. The following table shows the results of this study. This table 1.1 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel on demographic profile. Under this, we have the age, sex, marital status, and training attended on OSA of the respondents. Next. The table 1.2 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of the police personnel on their socioeconomic profile. Under this, we have the ethnicity, educational attainment, sources of information, average monthly income, and membership in organization of the respondents. Next. Table 1.3 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel on their clinical profile. It summarizes the results of the major ailment, comorbidity or comorbidities, and their maintenance drugs. Next. Table 1.4 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel on their lifestyle and habits. Under this, we have alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, and sleeping pattern. Next. Table 2.1 shows the respondents' frequency and percentage distribution on their pathophysiology. It shows that the respondents' knowledge on pathophysiology, that most of them got the correct answers, which is clearly evident having a higher frequency than the incorrect answers. Next. Table 2.2 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel answers on signs and symptoms. According to the results, the majority of the respondents correctly answered the questions on OSA signs and symptoms. Next. Table 2.3 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel's answers on the risk factors. This data reveals that majority of the respondents answered correctly in the questions asked pertaining to risk factors of OSA. Next. The Table 2.4 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel answers on the treatment and management. So, majority of the respondents answered correctly in the questions asked pertaining to the treatment and management of obstructive sleep apnea. Next. Table 2.5 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of police personnel answers on the prevention and control. The data reveals and clearly evident that majority of the respondents answered correctly in the questions asked pertaining to prevention and control of OSA. Next. This table shows the overall knowledge of the police personnel on obstructive sleep apnea. So this table shows that the respondents' knowledge was assessed using the dichotomous rating scale and scoring with the passing rate of 75% or 23 points for the 30 items. So respondents who scored below 23 is considered as not knowledgeable, while respondents who scored 23 to 30 points are considered as knowledgeable. Next. Table 3 shows the police personnel level of attitude on obstructive sleep apnea. This table reveals the attitude of the respondents on obstructive sleep apnea. So the general weighted average is 3.16 with a verbal description of agree. This is interpreted as moderate regard. This means that the respondents are moderately regard attitude towards obstructive sleep apnea. Next. Table 4 shows the correlation results between the profile variables of the respondents with that of their knowledge. In here, you can see that only two of the variables have a significant relationship, which shows the age, the sex and the sleeping pattern. Next. Table 5 shows the correlation test results between the knowledge of the police personnel with that of their attitude. It shows that there is a significant but weak relationship of the knowledge and attitude of the respondents. Next. The summary of findings. Most of the police personnel belong to age group of 31 to 35 and there is a male predominance. Most of them are married and all of them have not attended any training about obstructive sleep apnea. As to their socioeconomic profile, results showed that most of the police personnel are Itawes and are college graduate. The most widely used source of information is the internet. Majority of the respondents were receiving monthly salary of 30,000 to 39,000 pesos. In membership of organization, majority of the respondents' response is others. Next. In the clinical profile, the data revealed that most of the respondents have no major ailment and comorbidity, which coincides to the responses that most of them are not taking any maintenance drugs. In the lifestyle and habits profile, it shows that majority of the respondents consume alcohol occasionally. More than half of them are non-smoker and have a monophasic sleeping pattern. As for the attitude of the police personnel towards OSA, the findings shows that they are moderately regarded with a weighted mean of 3.16. In the knowledge of the respondents towards OSA, more than half of them, with a frequency of 86 and 52.76% are not knowledgeable. The data revealed that the profile of the respondents in terms of their sex and sleeping pattern have a significant relationship with that of their knowledge. Lastly, there is a significant but weak relationship between the knowledge of the respondents with that of their attitude. Next. In conclusion, despite the showcasing favorable attitude towards obstructive sleep apnea, police personnel lack knowledge. Thus, a special attention on OSA needs to be given to prevent health-related issues. Officers also must receive adequate information about the importance of good sleep habits, the hazards associated with fatigue and shift work, and strategies for managing them. Furthermore, statistical analysis shows that police personnel sex and sleeping pattern have a significant relationship with knowledge. Lastly, there is a weak relationship respondents between respondents' knowledge and their attitudes. Next. Based on the results of this study, here are our recommendations. Number one, for the Philippine National Police Administration to implement trainings and conduct seminars among the police personnel since the findings revealed that majority have poor knowledge on obstructive sleep apnea. Next, strict monitoring on the implementation of the said training and conduction of seminars to improve police personnel's health. Next. Third, the formulation of an educational campaign regarding what is obstructive sleep apnea, the risk factors, the signs and symptoms, treatment, and prevention among police personnel adopted and reinforced by the City Health Office. Next, for the Department of Health to create program that is centered to give awareness and knowledge about OSA and promote physical activity. Last, the future researchers may widen the scope of the research to include provincial and regional levels. This shows the documentations in our research. That would be all. We are now ready to accept your recommendations and suggestions. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sir Juan. Good morning, Sir Julius.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I think I will have to go first na. Your title, Knowledge and Attitude of Police Personnel in Tuguegarao City Station. Police personnel in Tuguegarao City Police Stations, because there's got lots, right? If I may, how many police stations did you include in your study? 2? We have 2 stations in Tuguegarao.
Bali po yung kinuha lang po namin is yung sa Karig po, sir.
So yung anong tawag natin doon? Tuguegarao City Police Station on obstructive sleep apnea. Obstructive sleep apnea is a condition, right? Ito yung paghihili. Tama ba? Hello, can you define obstructive sleep apnea in the simplest term you can discuss it? Anyone in the group, please? Am I heard?
Yes, sir.
So can you discuss what this thing is at your simplest way? You are RT. This is a very simple condition. Any member of the group, so no one knows what obstructive sleep apnea is about.
Rose Ann, Tina, Angeli, Camille, Cheryl. Anyone can answer. Please answer agad-agad. Yes, Camille.
Ang obstructive sleep apnea po, siya po yung most common sleep related breathing disorder po na nakakapag-cause po siya ng repeated stop and pag-stop ng paghinga po while natutulog ka po.
Yun, yung tinatawag nating paghilik, naintindihan. Now, bakit importante, naintindihan na tinanong ko yon? In that condition, remember what we have to assess in public health in the 3 core areas would be practices. Anong ginagawa nila kapag sila ay humihilik? Anong ginagawa nila kapag sila ay alam nilang humihilik sila? Now, what are the preventive measures? Ang knowledge at attitude, flimsy yan. Sa core learnings ng domains ng public health, ang pinaka may impact doon ay yung practices. Kasi yun na yung ginagawa eh. I mean, pag mali yung practice, problema yan. Kaya kailangan i-correct. Pag hindi nila alam yung practice, doon tayo mag-i-inject. Kasi kahit alam nila kung hindi nila gagawin, kahit alam nila pag hindi nila ginagawa, kahit mataas ang regard nila, kung hindi nila binibigyan ng pansin at binibigyan ng practice, useless. Saka ka lang magki-KA. All of you should learn. Saka ka lang knowledge and attitude. Walang practices condition. Pag yung ailment, yung condition, yung circumstance ay bago pa lang. Example, MERS. Kung MERS ang pinag-uusapan, paano ka mag-MERS sa Pilipinas? Wala pang MERS case. Okay. Kung common na yan sa atin, like SARS, common na yan like sleep apnea, kasama dyan ang practices. Yun ang kailangan nating i-assess. Kasi there must be a balance between what they know from what they do. And I would like to repeat it for the nth time. What they do is the most important thing. Okay. So kulang. Sayang, naintindihan. Sayang na ginawa natin yung, nandun ka na, hindi mo pa sinuntok yung KAP. Hindi mo naisip na, bakit lahat sila nagki-KAP? Bakit kami nagki-KA lang? Naintindihan. Kung sana ito ay kondisyon na wala pa tayong alam at wala pang ganitong kaso, malamang wala pang practice na nangyayari. Yan, magki-KA ka. So sayang, no? Sana maisip nyo yon. Next, no? You go to your significance of the study. I hope the group is taking charge. I mean, like, wala na tayong magawa kasi nag-collect ka na ng data. Pero sabi ko nga, no, kung hindi ko nga maintindihan eh, sinasabi nyo lagi, the survey tool underwent a validity analysis. The first phase of a validity analysis is for researchers of track record, at least 4, to give their inputs of the research. And you know, for example, that I am a researcher of track record in public health. Bakit hindi nyo na lang sa akin ibinigay yung papel para na-check ko kung ano pa ang kulang? See, that is the first phase. No? Researchers of track record should make their inputs, collate their inputs together, revise the manuscript, revise the questionnaire. And after revising the questionnaire, that is the only time when you're going to translate it in a vernacular, do pilot study, improve the questionnaire after pilot study, determine for Cronbach alpha in order that you determine for reliability. Mga ganyan yan. Okay? So, yun yung correct na pag-validate ng questionnaire. Lagi yung sinasabi, the questionnaire was validated. Wait lang, tama ba yung pag-validate? Go to the objectives. Kasi sayang, no? Kahit KAP study to, may chance na nanalo ang mga KAP study kung ginagawa ng tama. Okay. Balik dun sa objectives, please. Objectives. Mukhang nalampasan nyo na mga anak. Objectives tayo. Ang Yan. Siguro hindi rin nyo alam kung nasaan ang objectives. Bakit? Mali ang pagle-label nyo. In descriptive studies, in particular in descriptive survey, inferential, and correlational research, there's no such thing as objectives of the study, but there is what we refer to as a statement of the problem. Naintindihan? So ang statement of the problem ay siya yung objectives of the study. Can you bring me there? Okay. Doon sa statement of the problem, no, sabi mo KA, intindihan? No, nung pre-profile mo yung police, hindi nyo ba alam na sa KA, in order that you have understood better your research, didn't you know that the most important thing to actually profile here would be the vices, the lifestyle, and the food preferences? Kaya sila naghihilik kasi busog. Kaya sila naghihilik kasi pagod. Kaya sila naghihilik, naintindihan, kasi lasing. Nasaan yan sa mga profile variables? Remember, the profile variables only aim is for us to be introduced of who your respondents are. No? And of course, other than those which are basic to know, basic would mean the age, the sex, the marital status, and all that, no, would be variables which are peculiar to that of the problem of interest. Kaya nga, ang mauunang ginagawa, review of related literature. Tinanong nyo ba, naintindihan, kung ano yung food preferences nila, yung eating habits nila, yung mga ganyan. Nasaan yun dito sa statement of the problem? Pumunta ka nga sa 1.3. No, wala. Naintindihan? Wala. Oh, nakita nyo na kung bakit importante ang tinatawag na validity analysis. Lagi kong sinasabi, paggawa ng research, mauna muna ang review of related literature. Hindi dahil gusto nyong basahin kung ano na ang nangyari, but you have to underscore ano ang mga indicators na dapat nandyan sa research ninyo. So we lose, naintindihan, the essence of why we did the study if your variables are just but the flimsy variables. Sayang. Ulit ko, ang mga dapat nandito, lifestyle, vices, food preferences. Sayang. Okay. Sayang. Number 2, level of knowledge. Yung pathophysiology nyo, pag sinasabing pathophysiology, progress niyan sa katawan. Kasama ng progress ng disease sa katawan ay yung manifestation ng signs and symptoms. Kaya yun nilabel yan ng pathophysiology ay kung ano ang nagkukos, anong nangyayari. Naintindihan? Okay. So that signs and symptoms is just but forming part of pathophysiology. Now, treatment and management, prevention and control. When you talk of the risk factors, I wonder, how did you present the risk factors? Risk factors, kindly bring me to the questionnaire on 2.3. So, yung 2.2, ilagay sa pathophysiology yan. Calibrate, naintindihan your tables 2. So, it becomes 2.1 until 2.4 only. Hindi naman mahirap yan kasi hindi ka naman mag-change ng mean. You go to table 2.3 for your risk factors. May I see? Here. No? Okay. So this is actually what my point is. No? When you talk about risk factors, you cannot lump them all together. You cannot have a chop suey cooking here. Because when you talk of risk factors, it is imperative to cluster them together so that we will have a very valid recommendation. Example, when you talk about risk factors, it falls under determinants. Yan. Naintindihan? So meron ba tayong tinatawag na social factors? Meron ba tayong siguro yung kanyang employment, yung office niya, environmental, office environment, kasi kung mapapansin nyo, yung mga pulis na yan, mahilig sigarilyo, mahilig uminom, mahilig magpuyat, mahilig magpansit, Kasi sa office sila ganyan din, magmemeryenda sila, pansit, bulalo, kahit may high blood na, sige lang, intindihan? Okay, kunwari sa office factors, kahit alam naman nila, alam ng mga managers na merong hypertension yung tao, no? Kasi diyan mo makikita hypertension, diabetic. Tapos syempre, hindi naman inire-report ng personnel kung meron siyang sleep apnea. But I swear, kapag obese ang tao, may sleep apnea yan. Okay? Hindi mo nire-report ang sleep apnea, pero nire-report mo ang hypertension and diabetes. Now, ang paggawa ng schedule, for example, is an office factor. Ano yung paggawa ng schedule? Hindi nyo ba alam na ibang police 16 hours, 24 hours, 32 hours, 42 hours, 72 hours nag-duty? I should know. That's why the the husband of my sister had earlier retirement basically because he's hypertensive and all of these things are issues. He might as well die earlier than expected because of the functions that they do. You see? Bakit nyo na-miss yung mga factors na yan? Because you miss to do understanding the character of the respondents. Yan laging sinasabi ko. Ilagay nyo sa harap ninyo yung respondent at tanungin mo kung ano ang mga kinakailangan mong tanungin. Okay. So, ang nangyari sa risk factors mo, halo-halo. For example, ang risk factors niya, meron siyang comorbidity. Meron siyang office factors. Baka merong behavioral factor. Baka siya ang problema. So parang ganyan. Okay? Hindi mo dapat pinaghahalo-halo ang mga factors. Kaya yung tinatawag na merong factorial analysis. Merong tinatawag na in the parlance of research, determinants research. Kasi kung yan pinaghimay-himay mo, ang ganda-ganda ng recommendation. Katulad ng sinasabi ko kanina, ang recommendation dyan ay, bakit hindi kailangan i-report sa profile ng mga pulis na sila ay sleep apnea, na sila ay may hypertension at sila ay may diabetes, para pag-aralan yung kanilang health, management, kailangan ang mga scheduling or staffing patterns, ano ang mga interventions na gagawin sa kanila, may health check-up yung mga ganito, and a whole lot more. No, mag-create ng diabetic club or hypertensive club, no, similar as what LGU is doing, which are not yet present in the PNP. So yun yung mga problema kasi nga hindi natin talaga inaral, naintindihan yung character ng ating respondent. Sana gano'n. Nakikita nyo yung nag-data collection na rin lang kayo. Ako kasi as a research manager, nanghihinayang ako sa mga pinaggagawa ninyo. Okay? Lalo na kung kaya nating i-increase yung power ng research at nakaligtaan natin yung mga importanteng mga bagay. Now, you look at, nakita nyo yung Alzheimer's disease. See? Sabi mo, associated with Alzheimer's disease, that should have been part of, for example, comorbidity. Smoking, for example, is a lifestyle. Intindihan? Or kung hindi naman, kapag side string smoker, environmental. No? Now, ang dami, no? Kailangan nahihimay yan. Hindi mo binubuo ng ganito. Okay, so anyway, wala na rin akong magawa kasi nangyari na. Now, bring me to the attitude questions. I mean, table 3. Ano to? Wait lang. Yung overall knowledge natin, bakit ano yung 23 to 30 tapos not knowledgeable 0 to 22? Yes or no ang ginamit nyo?
Yes po, Direk. Bali po, yung 1 to 30 po na questions na knowledge po, ang ginawa po namin is scoring po siya. Bali kung sino po yung mga 23 and above po, yun po yung inano po namin na knowledgeable, and then yung 0 to 20 po yung score, yun po yung not knowledgeable. Bali 75% po yung ginamit namin, which is yung 23 po.
Oh, you see. So, ano ang interpretation natin sa knowledge? Kasi ganito yan, no? Yung tool mo, kapag scoring ang ginamit mo, should underwent what we refer to as item analysis. Isa pa yan. Magkaiba ang validity tests, no, ng isang gumamit ng Likert scale sa scoring ang ginamit. No, sa test, sa actual test. Katulad nito, ang ginamit mo, true or false. Correct? Okay. Gumawa ba kayo ng item analysis? Hindi. Hindi din. O yun. Yun yung mga limitations natin. Marami kasing tawag dito, maraming ginagawa sa research mga anak. Hindi lang yung basta tira. Kaya tinatanong ko ngayon sa'yo, naintindihan? Doon sa level of knowledge, sa grupo mo, ano ang naging result nyo? Bakit may item analysis? Ganito kasi yan. Doon sa item analysis, pag tinatanong nyo yung mga teachers nyo, meron tayong recall, comprehension, application, analysis, naintindihan. Doon natin mag-gauge kung talagang sila ay magagaling. Naintindihan? Kasi sila ay talagang alam nila yung sagot. So kahit na true or false yan, kaya nating i-manipulate, naintindihan? Depende sa kung anong uri ng questions yung gagawin natin. So sige nga, sabihin niyo sa akin, no, ano ang naging result considering itong overall level of knowledge? Kasi mali din na sinasabi nating level. Naintindihan? Kasi pag level, meron siyang hierarchy. Naintindihan? Pero pag sinasabi mong not knowledgeable, tapos knowledgeable, hindi yan level. Knowledge lang yan. Do you know? Yun lang yun. Correct? So the word means a lot. The level there is wrong because you did not had level here. Okay. Now tell me exactly ano nang nangyari. So if 86 were poorly scoring and 77 were highly scoring, ano na? Ano to? Anong ibig sabihin ng table na to? Anong ibig sabihin ng table? So ang sinasabi mo ba ay hindi nila alam? They have poor knowledge. Tama ba 'yon? Hindi siya poor eh. They don't have knowledge. Kasi ang ginamit mo yes and no.
No.
Walang poor dito. No knowledge ang dinilabel mo. Hindi ba na sa kapag ganitong tests, tignan nyo balikan nyo kasi sa psychology, na may mga researches kasi sa psychology ng mga medicine students ko. Hindi lang naman ganito na not knowledgeable tas knowledgeable. I mean, yung choice mo sa exam would be yes or no. Pero after they are done with the tests, makikita mo kunwari may hierarchy na. Poor performing. Kunwari ganun, no? Kunwari ile-level. Alam ni Ma'am Nancy to eh. Kapag may mga estudyanteng nagte-test, alam niya kung poor performing, tapos moderately performing, high performing, excellently performing, ganyan kasi pag binibigyan niya ng mga test yan sa board exam, pwede nating i-categorize yung knowledge nila based on, pero hindi pa rin level yun na category lang, based on kung anong scores nila. Kasi may bias dito. Imagine yung 22 mo, tapos yung knowledge mo is not knowledgeable 22. Yung knowledgeable mo 23. Naintindihan? Yung increment yan 1. O kapag ako ay nakakuha ng 22, ile-label mo ako wrongly na not knowledgeable, whereas ang knowledgeable mo ay 23. I think you visit this, no? There is categorization of responses. Wrong ito. Kaya, hindi nyo rin alam, hindi ka rin sigurado kung ano ang inference nito. Kasi it's so biased that you say, they are not knowledgeable when some of them, if I have to ask this group, how many got a score of 22? I suppose there are no scores which are 0. Correct? Tama ba? I don't know. Ma'am Jinky, I think this group are listening and looking at me very intently and ano kaya pinagsasabi niya, bahala na kayo mag-discuss dyan. Pero as far as I know, there's no score that is 0. Correct? Doon sa mga scores ng mga pulis, Okay. And that score of 22 cannot be labeled not knowledgeable when in fact the increment of 1 from
Meron
22
na.
to 23 will already be knowledgeable. That is
Yes.
unfair. Okay. Out of this, naintindihan. So kaya hindi maganda yung pagdi-discuss natin ng table na to kasi mali nga, no? Next. Next please. Nandun ako sa attitude, doon sa table ng attitude. Okay. Ito na ba yung table ng attitude, right? Okay. Yan. I want to maintain healthy living to avoid wish list naman ito. Okay. These are the things that they want to do. Normally, we call them as your attitudinaire. Okay, sa parlance na naman ng health research, meron tayong tinatawag na attitudinaire. Kung may questionnaire tayo na general, pag attitude ang pinag-uusapan, attitudinaire. Meron ding konsepto ng paggawa ng isang attitude question. Naintindihan? Kasi yung I want to, mga anak, is not an attitude. Naintindihan? These are the hopes, the desires, the aspirations, the look forward. Mga ganyan. Yung attitude, how do they regard? How do they perceive? No? Do they pay attention? No? Do they take it seriously? Ganon. Okay? Kasi like this, no, I will share my knowledge is more of a practice question rather than an attitude question. Remember, a practice question would always be making use of action verbs. I will share, that is to doing something, so it becomes practice. I want to give, whatever. So anyway, siguro nandyan naman yung thought para lang hindi mali yung, kasi my worry, next time around, some of the underclass would be yung addings nyo, would take your paper, for example, as a reference. That's the most likely thing that can happen. Kung hindi mo publish ito, pagkokopyahan nila ito. At kung hindi natin itatama ang mali, rigodon yan. Naintindihan? Yung pinagkopyahan nila mali, so all the more, mas mali na naman hanggang mali. So ngayon, pwede bang gawin nyo siya, naintindihan, na attitude questions? Okay? Naintindihan? I believe, I perceive, I regard, I admonish, mga ganyan. No? I think, that's dyan. Naintindihan? Okay. Palitan na lang yung ano niya siguro. Kasi ayoko naman palitan yun ang buo yung data collection. Of course, I will not do that. No? Pero kung master sana ito, sabi ko talaga, go back and collect because this is not supposed to be the case. Naintindihan? So palitan nyo yung frame ng sentences sa tables 3. Okay na? Para lang tama, magiging tama siya. Okay. So punta tayo sa next table. Ano to? Okay. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. No? I was looking forward that the individual telling me about the results would proceed discussing about trend and would start talking about justifications or interpretations. From day one of the research, I think this is the third batch, no? Fourth batch, no? I've always been telling that chapter 4 consists of 3. Number 1 would be your presentation, which are your tables. Number 2 would be your discussions, which are in fact the trend of what you see. Do not repeat the figures which are already placed in the table. If ever that you're going to place figures there again, then you have to lump clusters together. For example, kung age groups yan, no, kunwari 0 to 5, 6 to 10, mga ganyan pag-cluster. Sasabihin mo, most of the respondents accounting to 75%, 35 over this 48, no, belong to school-age children. So dun sa table, wala namang sinasabing school-age children. Pero saan mo nakuha yung school-age children? Dun sa bracketing na ginawa mo. Ganun yung discussion. I-relabel mo sila. Maghanap ka ng highlights doon sa table. And the highlights, no, okay, should be interpreted. Why is that no, the result. Why is that the trend? So another thing, walang ganun sa paper. No? I mean, sinabi nyo, this is consistent with the attitude which is, and so, why do you think so? What do literatures tell? No? So in other words, chapter 4 is half-baked. Complete chapter 4 by looking at trend, presenting them, and justifying why they are like that. Okay. Now, here, you'd have the correlation. Natutuwa ako sa correlation mo kasi sa table 4, pwede namang isang table lang yan. Table. Nasaan yung correlation ng attitude? How did you have that labeled? Table 4 point what? This is correlation relative to knowledge. So where is correlation relative to attitude? Okay. Do you know why? Oh, you see? Hindi siya table 5. They are just but answering objective number 4. So they have table 4.1 and table 4.2. Bakit hindi mo sila pwedeng ipagsama? Kasi magkaiba yung statistics na ginamit mo. Gumamit ka ng chi-square because of the yes or no thing, at gumamit ka ng analysis of variance because of the gumamit ka ng analysis ng Pearson correlation because of the attitude which wala. So kung no, nasaan yung correlation ng variables doon sa attitude? Balik ka nga sa table 4. Kulang, no? You see, we tried relating, no, the profile of the respondents with that of their knowledge. Where is the table that has related the profile with that of their attitude? That is missing. You go back to your statistician, ma'am, incomplete ito. KA ang pinaran namin, K lang ang ginawa mo. Because table 5, pupunta ka na sa table 5. Because table 5 shows about determining relationship between the knowledge and attitude. So there is one table missing. Ay, this group, naiintindihan nyo ba yung sinasabi ko mga anak? Kaya pa ba? Or isushoot to kill na ako? Ha? Naiintindihan?
Yes po, Direk.
Tama naman sir.
Kulang. Naiintindihan? Kulang. Hanap, bumalik sa statistician, ma'am, kulang ng chair ng defense namin kasi kulang siya talaga. Naiintindihan? Okay, tapos siguro the other panelists will have to tell you already about ito. For example, anak ha, when the p-value is 0.000, that would mean very significant. No? But how come your interpretation says weak relationship? Did you even know why? Okay, naiintindihan? Oo nga, no, very significant ang p-value ko. Kasi ang interpretation niya, weak relationship. I-discuss mo yan. Okay? Because there was another statistic which was used in order to test for the association. Yes, there is an association, but the degree of association was not tested. So, hanapin nyo, pag hindi nyo naiintindihan, it's either the advisor or go to the statistician, Madam, ano bang ibig sabihin nito? P-value is this, no? Very significant. Tapos, sabi mo, weak relationship. Bakit po kaya? Intindihan? Kasi katulad ko din, nung ako ay nag-dissertation, may mga hindi ako maipaliwanag doon sa results ng statistician. Kaya, bumalik ako sa kanya, ma'am, ano ba ito? Ano nangyayari dito? Bakit ganito yan? Binibigyan, because you have to remember, while we run statistics, there are what we refer to as limitations or the weaknesses of each statistical tool. May weakness ang mga yan. Okay na, may weakness sila. Yun yung i-discuss ng statistics. Kasi ganito yan, depende sa population size. Kasi ganito ang rinan ko dyan. Intindihin mo, hindi lang may value na ganyan, tapos di mo yan naintindihan. Malaking diskusyon ang table 5 mo. Correct? Okay. So, naintindihan? So, table 4. And obviously, pakipalitan na rin yung table 5 kasi nga kapag yung summary of findings mo, base yan sa inferences mo, yung mga justifications mo. Yung conclusions mo, well, sabi mo, you tried hard. Siguro, doon sa 4 na schedule ng defense, sabi ko kasi, the conclusion should be based on the
title, no? You tried hard answering the title. But the problem there is, naintindihan, yung mga tables nga medyo kulang. Naintindihan ko, lilihis tayo ng konti. Naintindihan? Kasi nga, number one, yung profile variables natin incomplete, naintindihan. Second, no, hindi yung mga risk factors natin hindi talaga nahimay. Yung third, no, yung ating relationship ng profile variable with the attitude hindi natin alam kasi wala sa table. Bisitahin nyo ulit yan. Baguhin nyo ang inyong conclusion kung yun pa ang magiging conclusion nyo. Okay? Naintindihan. So, aralin na. Tapos yung recommendations, natuwa ako. Alam niyo kung bakit tatatlo yung recommendation mo? Kasi nga, sabi ko, hindi nyo hinimay, naintindihan, yung mga risk factors. Nandun yung sagot. Nandun sa risk factors. Naintindihan? Pag hinimay mo yung risk factors, doon, kasi pag hinimay mo yung risk factors, i-compute mo yung categorical mean ng bawat factor, kadang bawat category. Doon ka doon yung hataw, naintindihan. Tapos sabihin mo na din doon sa chapter 4.1, ano diyan ang recommendation mo? When you talk about significant, naintindihan yung profile sa knowledge, ito yung mga variables na significant. So anong recommendation diyan? Yung missing table nyo, nahahanapin mo, yung supposed to be table 4.2, significant, no, yung ating practices sa profile variables. Anong recommendation mo? Doon sa table 5, no? Very significant ang result. Although weak relationship, sabi mo na hindi mo naman want kung bakit. Ano yung recommendation mo? Yun. So I would have to expect a litany of the recommendations. Doon ka na lang bumawi. Inuulit ko, sayang anak, naintindihan na kung nagawa natin ng tama ito, bonggalor ito. Maraming funded projects na KAP. In fact, marami kaming funded projects sa KAP. Pero kahit simple ang design ng KAP, bakit napupundohan? Maraming KAP ang nananalo. No? Sa previous na university contest, yung mga KAP na funded research namin, nananalo naman. Nananalo. Bakit? Basta tamang pagkagawa at interesting yung kwento, yun. Ang iniisip kong kwento, bakit naghihihilik ang mga pulis? Yun naman yung hindi ko mahanap. Question pa rin siya sa akin hanggang ngayon. Bakit marami sa kanila ang kasi sasabihin ko, ay hindi lang pala sa pulis kasi meron din pala ako, pati pala ako ganyan din, no? Nakulangan na, I mean like, yun yung hinahanap ko about the sleep apnea. Bakit ito nangyayari sa kanila at pwedeng mangyari sa iba? Pero walang kwentong ganun dun sa research. Okay? That's all for me. We hear also from the other panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Direk.
Thank you so much, Direk.
Listen to Ma'am Bey. I sent already to Camille Gerardo the comments of Ma'am Bea. Ma'am Bea?
Yes po. Good morning, everyone. So, good morning, Ma'am and
Morning
Sir.
po.
Ma'am Bea ngayon.
Morning
Yes,
po, ma'am.
isolate sila.
Yeah, I'm day 3. Ay, nako. Si Omicron ang lakas-lakas.
Lahat ata magkakaroon. Tapos kami, ma'am.
Tapos na kayo.
Last defense namin, last Sunday, ako at saka si Lily ang ganyan.
Buti na lang, ang kids, lang sila, lagnat.
Mild sila. Oo, mild sila. Wala talaga at all. Mas apektado tayo.
Kaya nga, ma'am. So anyways, actually, may mga questions ako, pati sa comments. Pero I hope, feel ko na ano na lahat din. Siguro, konting discussion na lang doon sa mga comment na nilagay ko. Doon sa abstract nila, we'll start with the abstract. Sa abstract nyo guys, no need to put citations. Hindi nyo kailangan maglagay ng citation. General comment lang ito for making an abstract. Kasi masyadong mahaba yung abstract natin. For the introduction dun sa abstract, you need to, ang kailangan nyo lang ilagay doon is mga 1 to 2 sentences, tapos kung ano yung method nyo, just state yung design, ganyan, paano kayo nag-sample, or ano yung instrumentation na ginamit. Siguro, you can do like 2 to 3 sentences for that, and then you do with the results. Tapos yung highlight lang ng results natin, and then 1 to 2 sentences ng conclusion and recommendation. So that's it for your abstract. Kasi abstract ka lang siya eh. Ano yung pinaka-highlight kumbaga nung papel nyo? Parang ano ba to? Ano yung abstract? Abstract nga. Next would be for your introduction. Wait lang. Sa abstract nyo kasi, anak, you go outside first, mama is talking. You don't like? Isusapo. May nakalagay kasi dun sa abstract nyo, first sentence is sleep disorders which are commonly linked to poor health, performance, and safety outcomes are twice as common among law enforcement personnel than the general public and suggest that they remain largely undiagnosed and untreated. So yun yung statement nyo in your abstract. Ngayon, throughout the paper, wala kasi siyang follow-up. Kung baga, ang largest question, ang biggest question ko is, bakit twice as common ang sleep apnea sa mga law enforcement personnel kumpara sa general public? So it wasn't answered throughout the paper. Kahit sa results and discussion nyo, wala ako nakita. Results and discussion, review of related literature, kung saan nyo nakuha yung concept na yon, hindi ko siya nakita sa papel natin. So, yun sana, actually from there, yun na yung problem eh. Yun yung hinahanap ko din sa may part ng introduction. Bakit hindi siya na-discuss? So maganda sanang umpisahan natin doon yung discussion na bakit kaya ang law enforcement personnel twice as common siya na magkaroon ng sleep apnea compared to that of the general public. Again, as part of your introduction, siguro nakulangan ako or pwede tayong iayusin yung introduction in terms na sabihin nyo kung syempre ano ang sleep apnea, short description of what is sleep apnea, what can it lead to, like meron ba tayong comorbidities, meron ba tayong mortality, may statistics ba tayo na nagre-report ng sleep apnea? Kasi parang wala akong makitang stat, kahit anong stat. Like for example, most people na diabetic or may cardiovascular disease, meron silang sleep apnea or nagde-develop into. Wala kasi akong nakitang ganun. Sample lang yun na hindi ko alam masyado sleep apnea eh. Can sleep apnea lead to death? Or how many deaths are caused by sleep apnea? Those are the informations that I needed from the introduction as well as in your review of related literature. Dapat na-expound na yung concept na yun. Kasi kung wala naman tayong parang may nakita pa pala ako, sinabi niyo that sleep apnea is a public health problem. Now, the question is why? It was not expounded in the paper again. So, maganda sana siyang i-follow up na or hanapan nung answer na bakit. Kasi it's a public health concern. Why? What are the things na kailangan nating i-include sa paper, which is beneficial siya pag nagkaroon sa results and discussion ninyo na. So, yun. Actually, nakasulat lahat yun sa comments ko. So, tignan nyo na lang. And then, in your review of wait lang pala. In the research paradigm, hindi ko rin nakita yung discussion nyo ng confounders ninyo. So, ang confounder ninyo is drugs. So, any discussion about drugs and bakit siya confounder, hindi rin siya na-i-explain. So, yun. Oh, thank you, my love. Ano pa ba? Sa review of related literature natin, Sinabi ko naman doon kung ano yung mga kailangang i-include, mga magandang makita. So please look into it. I-highlight ko na lang siguro yung observation ko ng results and discussion ninyo. Doon sa part ng guys, can you go to your PowerPoint where you stated yung level of knowledge ninyo, yung knowledgeable and not knowledgeable. Ayan. Yung part na yan, sobrang naguluhan ako. Sabi nyo dito, tinali nyo ang correct and incorrect answers, right? Your basis to that is their answers based dun sa pathophysiology, tama ba? Yung result ng risk factors ba yun? Signs and symptoms, tama, no? Doon nyo siya kinuha kung correct or incorrect yung answers, tama ba?
Yes.
Po, ma'am.
Okay. Can you please go to that slide? Yung slide yun ng results ng pathophysio. Ayan. Sige. So kung mapapansin nyo, halos lahat ng results natin is correct answers. Kumpara nyo sa incorrect answers. Mas malaki ang percentage na correct yung answer nila sa bawat questions na tinanong nyo about level of knowledge. At saka hindi pala yan level of knowledge. Correct and incorrect answer lang kasi siya yes or no. So wala tayong level of knowledge dyan. Samantalang yung answer nyo doon sa part na are they knowledgeable or not knowledgeable, sabi nyo, mas mataas yung percentage na not knowledgeable siya. Pero kapag hinimay-himay nyo yung answers nila per questions, mas mataas yung percentage na correct yung answers nila. So how did that happen?
Yung sa scoring po kasi ma'am, medyo mataas po yung 75% po yung yung kinonsider po namin na knowledgeable. Bali po, yung nasabi po kanina, 0 to 22 po kapag not knowledgeable and then 23 which is yung 75% po ng 30 po.
Oo, kaya lang, why does this one doesn't add? Bakit hindi siya nag-add up? Ang incorrect answers lang dito, frequency nyo, like 23 to 33% lang. No? Kumpara nyo sa 66 to 76%. Yeah, pathophysial. You go to your other slide. Next slide. Ayan. Ganun din eh. 60 plus, konti lang ang itong decrease interest in sex is a symptom of obstructive apnea. Siya lang yung mataas ang incorrect answer. The rest halos pantay na, mas malaki pa. 'Di ba? Next, risk factors ba yung susunod? O, ganun din dito. Next. May last pa ata eh. Prevention and control. Treatment and management. O, ganun din. So, hindi. At saka, I don't know, do you really need to do scoring? Para makita kung knowledgeable sila or not knowledgeable. Hindi ba yan dapat parang category? Ano bang tawag dun? Gagawan mo ng categorical mean kasi kapag yung kagaya nung sa attitude ninyo. I don't know for this one. Ma'am Jinky, paano po ba ito?
Ito yung sa knowledge nila, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Kapag kasi titignan mo yung individual tables, ma'am, halos mas mataas ang percentage ng correct answer kumpara sa incorrect answer. Samantalang doon sa summary nila, mas mataas yung percentage na na not knowledgeable sila kumpara sa knowledgeable sila. So parang hindi siya nag-connect.
I think because of yung 75% nila, yung dichotomous scoring nila, as a whole na yun, di ba, mga anak, yung inyong scoring, kasama na yun sa risk, not only dito sa part ng treatment and management, sinama na pati yung mga risk factors, mga
Lahat,
ganun.
ma'am, pansinin mo lahat ng tables nila, ma'am. Mas mataas ang correct answer. Lahat ng tables nila. Konti lang yung percentage na mababa.
Let me see. Let me check your other tables. Hindi ko napansin yun Ate. Thank you. Sige, next one. Sa taas pa. Yes, ma'am. Ito kasi hindi sila ang tawag doon, total score ba? Nag-total score. Angeline, anong ginawa niyo for the scoring?
Total score po, ma'am.
Total score kasi sila dito, ma'am. So, let's say, mataas ang percentage na kinuha nila, 75%.
Ano ang
Pwede-
basis nila sa 75%?
Yun actually yung gusto kong tanungin ng 75% basis. And yung ginawa kasi nila na scoring na ganun, hindi pa siya nakakategorize kung mataas sila sa knowledge on signs and symptoms, mataas sila on risk factors, unlike dun sa dati nating ginagawa, yung meron silang that we call it categorical mean.
Categorical. Yan nga. Yun actually ang hinahanap ko yun, pero hindi ko alam kung applicable siya dito. Gawa ng frequency and percentage kasi lang yung ginamit nila.
Actually, applicable pa rin sana siya, ma'am, kung sila ay applicable pa rin sana siya, yung categorical mean. Yung overall lang nila yung magbabago kasi nag-yes or no sila.
Yun nga.
Kasi pwede pa nilang kunan ng average, tapos ira-rank nila kung saan sila pinakamataas din amongst all the categories. Ganun.
Yun, actually, yun ang hinahanap ko, ma'am. Mas okay siguro siyang ganun na presentation compared sa sabihin natin na not knowledgeable sila. Gawa ng knowledgeable pa rin naman sila pag titignan mo yung individual tables nila. So, mas maganda siguro i-present natin siya per category. Tama? Para
Yes.
makita natin kung
Actually,
alin yun ang
kasama siya
weakest.
Kasama talaga siya sa comments ko sa kanila, yung
Okay.
part na yan. Kasi sayang, sobrang kulang yung kanilang presentation kasi because of their yes or no, tapos yung mismong pinag-overall nila. So nalimutan na nila yung normal na process na ginagawa natin na actually not only per category, per statement, kung mataas sila dito.
So, yun. Tapos, general observation on your results and discussion. Wala kasing part tayo ng discussion. Yung discussion natin is actually very weak. Hindi natin na-explain kung ano yung naging result ninyo. Bakit siya ganon? Bakit example na lang. Sige, magbigay tayo ng example. Naka-highlight naman yung comment ko doon. So, pakitignan na lang sa general comment na lang tayo for your discussion part. Nasaan na ba yun? Nilagay ko dito. Your discussions does not coincide nor does not specifically discuss your result. I do not see the relevance nung nilagay nyo na discussion So I think what you should do is include the discussion, bakit kaya ganun yung sagot nila at saka ano yung justification. For example, in your pathophysiology, sa pathophysiology nyo kasi, ni-state nyo doon kung ano ang part na mataas sila.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Oo. Oo.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa may Corner Gonzaga, tabi ng Sushi Express.
Ay,
Go,
si Ma'am
go
Nancy.
on, Ma'am Bea.
Nagulat ako. O yun, sa part ng yung diniscuss nyo sa pathophysiology, sabi niya dito, the data reveals that majority of the respondents answered correctly the questions asked pertaining to pathophysiology. Tapos yung discussion nyo, biglang supported by the findings of someone which have showed that they have adequate knowledge of the pathophysiology of OSA. The study corroborates with another author and found out that majority are affected by obstructive sleep apnea. The respondents reported that they experience obstruction in their breath, which is therefore the obstructive sleep apnea. It's not movie kasi wala siyang battery. Higi ka nag-battery kay Papa. So sinulat ko ito. Sino yung respondents na sinasabi dito? Respondents reported that they experience obstruction in their breath, which is therefore obstructive sleep apnea. So parang you are talking of pathophysiology. Ang discussion nyo lang is ay pareho sila ng observation ng isang author, pareho sila ng observation ng isang author. Wala talaga siyang, hindi talaga ninyo sinabi kung bakit kaya ganun yung answer nila. So, ganun din sa ibang discussion. So, yun lang. I think mas maganda kung ayusin natin yung discussion. Meron pa yung, sige, yun. Yun lang yung general comment ko sa inyong results and discussion. Mahirap pala magsalita. Tapos yung conclusion natin, ganun din. Not knowledgeable kasi ang nilagay ninyo. Kasi wala siyang attribute. Tama ba? Not knowledgeable ang nilagay nyo sa conclusion about sleep apnea. Ayun, police personnel lack knowledge. Yun yung nakalagay. So, I don't know if it's a strong word for the study to use. Yung lack of knowledge regarding sleep apnea. So, siguro meron tayo mas magandang term na sasabihin kaysa din sa lack of knowledge. Kasi, ang dami correct answers eh. Ang dami nila correct answers dun sa knowledge na part. Tapos, nilagay ninyo bigla, they lack knowledge of sleep apnea. So, yun lang sa akin, Ma'am Jinky. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bea. Ma'am Nancy? Ma'am Nancy, are you back? Sige,
Yes, ma'am. Saglit lang to, may Food Panda.
Sige, ako na lang muna, Ma'am Nancy, at medyo matagal si Food Panda. So I want to congratulate this group for coming up with this study. Actually, maganda yung pagkakasulat ng manuscript niya, pero marami pa ngang kulang. Lagi namang may kulang. So, congratulations, Sir Kelvin din. So, comments lang. So, from the title page natin, tanggalin na natin yung police station. Parang nawawala kasi siya dun eh. Knowledge and attitude of police personnel in Tuguegarao City on obstructive sleep apnea na lang. Huwag na natin ilagay yung in Tuguegarao City Police Station pa. Remove yung police station. And then, before ako mawala, pinatest niyo for reliability test, pero throughout your paper, I did not see the Cronbach's alpha result. wala akong nakita. Hindi ko nakita. And then yun nga, nakalagay sa objective nyo is level of knowledge. So we change the level of knowledge to knowledge lang since yes or no lang yung nilagay ninyo doon. Tulad nga ng sabi ni Direk kanina, when we say level, parang sa high school level natin, meron tayong first year, second year, third year, fourth year. So hindi natin pwedeng sabihin level kung wala siyang nawawala yung mga food panda. Asan na ako? So yun, mamaya pupunta tayo dun sa knowledge ninyo sa scoring. So again, sa approval sheet natin, makikita nyo dito sa comments ko later, may underline sa baba ng names ng mga pipirma. Meron ding mga i-check for the acknowledgement part ninyo. And for the abstract, yung intro nyo dapat, we don't start with sleep disorders. Parang yun, like, dahil nakailang beses naman na akong naka-encounter ng OSA na paper. And usually, ang perception ng mga tao, OSA is because of the snoring. Kayo dapat as artists ang maalam dito. That's why dapat sa introduction part ninyo, we don't put yung sa sleep disorders, sa poor health natin, twice sa law enforcement. You go ahead na mismo dun sa word na OSA. Yung OSA natin mismo. And then, sabi nga ni Ma'am Bea, dapat wala tayong citations sa abstract. And only one paragraph itong abstract natin. Ang nagpahaba dito, nilagay nyo pa yung results ng demographic, ng profile ninyo. You won't see in any papers na nabasa ninyo when you are doing your RRL na nasa abstract is nilagay pa nila yung result ng kanilang profiling. Walang ganun. Diretso sila dun sa kung ano yung tanong mismo sa title nila. Yung results doon.
Ma'am Jinky, excuse.
Yes, Ma'am Nancy.
May Janet Tamayaw ba tayo?
Wala. Kanina pa sila naghahanap ng tamayaw.
Kaya nga pati ako nandito Tamayaw din tapos may milk tea. Ano ba yun? Ang gugulo ng mga rider.
Hindi ko alam. Kanina naghanap din sila ng tamayaw dito. Akala ko nga si Sir Julie kasi tamayaw kapili siya, di ba? Sabi ko, ay hindi po dito yung tamayaw. Sabi ko.
Bakit ako wala pa food panda tumatawag?
Ma'am, hello po. Sorry po. Ma'am, yung tamayaw po is siya po kasi nag-order for foods niya po. Kaya sa kanya po ata inaano yung pangalan.
Ma'am Jinky, okay na?
Okay na po. Ay, ako hindi pa okay, ma'am. Aasan daw ang fudang ni Ma'am Bea? Kawawa naman si Ma'am Bea at hindi na makapagsalita.
Oo, ang gulo ng mga rider, ang gulo ng mga naggumawa ng ng food delivery ha.
Yan nga, siguro yung nag-order is Tamayaw. So sabi ko, hindi kami ang nag-order.
Kaya nga,
Oo. Yes.
Ma'am Jinky, pwede na ako magtanong?
Sige ma'am. Pwede po. Ipasok na natin yung sayo.
Ay, bakit hindi ka pa tapos?
Hindi pa.
O, sige,
1 hour
sige.
na daw yung Joke lang. Tapusin ko na lang ng saglit.
Sige, kala ko tapos na. Hindi kasi ako nag-ano.
For the in-text, ganun din, pare-pareho kayo lahat ng groups. Mali yung pagka-cite ninyo. Not mali, meron lang mga errors. Kindly change that. And sa conceptual framework niya, you're talking about a real health framework. May health belief model kayo. Wala kayo ng illustration nun. You can add, actually mas malaki yung impact niya if you put the illustration or the diagram of ito pala si Gwyneth Tamayaw pala ang nag-order eh. And then, sa ating sa adopted this, dapat nilagay nyo kung kanino nyo in-adapt. You give the credit. Kung merong gustong tumingin ng mismong questionnaire nyo, kung saan nyo in-adapt, kailangan makikita nila yun doon. So, hindi ko nakita dito at hindi ko pa rin nakita dun sa all throughout your paper, wala yung questionnaire na yun, kung kanino nyo in-adapt. In-adapt nyo ba kay Martinez 2020? Oh, yes? Yes,
nalagay po natin sa chapter 3 po, ma'am. Kung kanina po.
Wala, nandito ako sa chapter 3. Dapat nasa instrumentation siya. Asan siya? It's adapted and enhanced. Pero hindi nakalagay kung kanino in-adapt. Meron ba, Rose Ann? Let me know kung meron kasi I don't see it. Okay, while waiting, saan hinahanap ni Rose Ann? Sa data analysis nyo, lahat kami kasi dito hindi familiar dun sa dichotomous rating scale. I'm assuming na ito ay ni-recommend ng statistician natin. Tama ba, Rose Ann?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am.
Or dun sa paper ba na, or dun sa questionnaire, kung saan nyo to in-adapt, this is how they did it. They analyze it. Dichotomous din ba kanilang pagkaka-analyze? That's why I want to see kung saan nyo na-adapt yung questionnaire. Kasi I want to see kung paano nila in-analyze yung questionnaire, yung mga results nila when they use this questionnaire. Ganito ba ang kanilang pagkagamit? Ms. Gamwa? Ganito ba nila diniscuss? Hello? Christina? Nawala si Christina. Cheryl? Sino nakakita ng paper or questionnaire na pinagkuhanan ninyo nito? Kasi bago sa amin tong dichotomous rating scale, pwede natin siyang back-upan kung ganito talaga yung pinagka-discuss nila at pinag-analyze nila ng kanilang paper before. Meron? Wala. So kung wala, ang next tanong ko dito is, saan natin nakuha yung 75% passing rate?
Ma'am,
Bakit yun? Yes, Ana.
Nung tinanong po namin yung statistician kung ano pong pwedeng gawin na passing rate, sabi niya po, parang ang standard daw po, or hindi naman po sa standard, parang ang karamihan po 75% daw po ang ginagamit, sabi niya. Kaya sinunod na lang din po namin na 75% po.
Yes, actually 75% pag ito ay exams ninyo, ganyan. Kasi knowledge nga ito. But what we are doing or gusto nating makita dun sa paper ninyo is, that's why initially it's level of knowledge. Especially itong mga respondents nyo can answer naman kung highly knowledgeable sila or they strongly agree or agree lang. Dapat naka-Likert sila. Usually we use yes or no kapag hindi nila ma-decipher talaga ang level, parang ganun. Kasi mas maganda sana yung discussion natin. So yung ginawa ninyo, yes, no, para siyang naging exam. Even your analysis, para siyang exam. That's why health kasi yung sa atin, you should have discussed, tulad ng sinabi ni Ma'am Bea, we should have discussed this according to categories. Kaya kayo nag-signs and symptoms, kaya kayo nag-pathophysiology, risk factor, so that makita nyo yung level of knowledge nila on this, on this, on that. Yun yung nawawala dun sa papel ninyo. Because you focus already dun sa not knowledgeable sila because of the dichotomous rating scale. So not looking at dun mismo sa ating mismong result. So, meron din akong changes dito sa tables ninyo. Dun sa profiling ninyo, same as the other groups, we don't profile them para makichismis lang tayo kung sila ay ilang taon, kung anong marital status nila, kung anong mga religion natin. We relate it always dun sa ating variable, dun sa ating topic, sa OSA. When you sa age na ganito and then you found out kung ano yung pinakamataas and then you relate it to OSA. Sa OSA ba, anong edad usually yung nagkakaroon ng OSA? Do you get my point? Sa marital status, the same thing. Meron ba siyang kinalaman? That's why sabi kanina ni Sir Julius, dapat na RRL to. Meron ba dapat tayo nakita dito nakalagay kung sino yung mga nag-i-snore, hindi nag-i-snore? Mga ganon. Hindi kami masyadong maano sa mga symptoms. Those things. Also, ito, okay naman sa training natin. Meron tayo dito, sa ethnicity, meron bang kinalaman? Kailangan ba natin tong kunin? May kinalaman ba? Meron mga ethnicity ba na ang tawag, sila ay mas mahaba yung kanilang sleep time or mas puyat sila, so sila ay mas prone? Yun dapat yung mga i-relate nyo dito. And then, itong sa ating sa school, sa educational attainment, alam naman natin na pag nag-police sila, dapat college graduate sila, di ba? So, dapat tinatanggal na natin yung ibang mga naka-zero dito. Pwede nyo na lang kunin yung college, vocational, postgraduate. And then, you reason out, baka naman, mas maalam yung mga meron silang postgraduate on something. Kulang sa discussion. Although okay na, meron tayong mga discussions, kulang pa rin when it comes to yung sa relationship niya with the OSA. And then, yun. Sa knowledge ninyo, I suggest you put your table 2 last sa overall. Yung overall ninyo. You put first yung dun sa pathophysiology, and then you put yung categorical niya sa baba, and then followed by itong sa signs and symptoms, and then sa risk factors, and treatment and management, prevention and control, before you go to the overall. Dun sa overall mo. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. The same dun sa sinabi ni Ma'am Bea kanina, you should have discussed yung weight. O, yun nga, nakita ko na dito. Dito naman sa nila, parang mas marami silang correct answer. Actually, same kayo as the other group. Yung the other group, ang ginamit nila is meron silang moderately knowledgeable, highly knowledgeable, and something. Although nag-yes or no sila. Maya makikita natin pag pinresent nila. So, tingnan natin kung anong better, kung itong yes, no, knowledgeable, not knowledgeable. Kasi may point naman si Sir Julius nung sinabi niya kanina na kung nakuha niya 22, not knowledgeable na ba siya? 1 point lang yun para mag-23. Hindi mo na siya ipapasa. Ganun ba yun sa exams ninyo? Hindi na siya pasado. Okay, and then sa correlation, yun nga, yung major dito, yung knowledge lang yung kinuhanan nyo ng correlation with dun sa profile ninyo. Walang profile to attitude. And then sa correlation ninyo, yun nga, all those interpretation, wala dapat sila sa table. Nasa discussion dapat sila. You discuss it according to the p-value and the Pearson R correlation. Sorry sa paa. And then, yun, that's why magbabago ang inyong conclusions. And sa recommendations ninyo, you make the recommendations specific to the findings that you gathered from your data. Lahat nun, from the risk factors, kung asan sila low, lahat ng negatives na nakuhanan ninyo, not only information education campaign, mga ganun, kasi kulang yun. Yun lang. Ma'am Nancy, nakasulat naman lahat dito sa paper ninyo. I will be forwarding kay na lang din, Camille. Miss Gerardo. Ma'am, andito pa ba si Ma'am Nancy? Ayan. Ma'am
Nandito na
Nancy, your turn. Yes po.
Good morning, no? Pasensya na. I just want to ask the group one question, no? Bakit police personnel? Ito ay, yung tanong ko will correlate with the mga questions sila Ma'am Jinky and Ma'am Vea. Bakit police personnel? Wala bang nakamonitor sa grupo?
Angie,
Narinig ako?
yes, Ma'am Nancy, you're audible po. Anyone from the group kindly answer agad?
Good morning po, ma'am. Ma'am, pinili po namin yung nabanggit po nung last time. Ang una pong namin is yung sa population lang po ng obese. Then napalitan po siya ng napalitan po siya ng police. Bali po nabanggit po noon na mas prone sila kasi po yung sa shift, yung sa duty po nila, mas mahaba po yung duty hours po nila compared po sa normal sa mga po ng population po. At saka yung sa mga vices din po nila.
Alam ko, you have undergone your kahit man lang 2 units yung polysomnio, no? Wala akong makita kasi na police personnel are prone to OSA. Maganda sana yung una nyo, ba't niyo pinalitan? Kaya wala kayong maisagot doon sa mga comments ni Ma'am Bea doon sa intro, yung mga results na yung comments nila Ma'am Jinky, Sir Julius and Ma'am Bea Kasi wala tayong specific na profession that could that OSA is very common. Naintindihan? Kasi kung police personnel, kukuha ka ng CAP, actually wala, zero knowledge dapat yan, pero how come may lumabas na knowledgeable sila pa rin kahit bababa. So ang kinap nyo sana are those have signs or mga prone for OSA. O kaya yung mga obese or another form pa yung mga may neuromuscular disorder that could cause OSA. Ang dami. Tama ba ako?
Ma'am, yung sa obese po kasi noon, kaya po siya napalitan kasi po hindi po ma-determine sa population, yung sa population size niya po, bali po magbabahay-bahay po dapat kami noon, pero hindi po pinayagan kasi daw po dahil nga po sa pandemic. Yung sa po nila.
Bakit ka kasi magbahay-bahay?
Yung sa
Diba?
po nila, determine po nung BMI.
Wait ka. Ang inano mo lang sana doon is, alimbawa, sa mga classmates mo na lang. Ay, hindi, kasi wag, may knowledge ang mga yan. Halimbawa sa medtech o kaya sa PH, nagkumuha ka doon ng mga those who are overweight and underweight na may meron silang yung na regular snorer. Alam mo yun? 'Di ba? Alam niyo naman yung symptoms or signs na possible that could lead to OSA. And OSA, bago ka magka-OSA, hindi ganun-ganun lang, hindi kagaya ng sipon na kapag na-expose ka sa whatever allergy, magsipon ka kaagad. 'Di ba?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am.
Kasi baka mamaya dito, baka mamaya sabihin nila, ay, ang dami, prone pala ang OSA sa police. Parang ganun ang magiging impression dyan, which is mali sana. Hindi sana ganun yun. Kaya wala kayong may discuss doon sa comment ni Ma'am Bea doon sa intro. Kasi wala naman talagang, ang masasabihin lang ng OSA is those who are obese na talagang yung mga nag-i-snore talaga, actually may underweight pa nga na nag-i-snore di ba? Oh, tama ba ako? Yes or no? Yes, kasi hindi lang naman porket obese ka, candidate ka na sa OSA. Meron din naman underweight na candidate sa OSA. So, ang mga pulis ba, ang mga pulis nga, ang ganda-ganda nga ng ano nila yung, ano yung tawag dito? Yung health, yung sa, very conscious sila sa health nila yan. They do exercise, di ba? Kayo dapat naka-online na, nakaupo lang kayo, talaga mag-gain ka ng weight. Those who are prone. Number one dyan, yung talagang constant snorer. Yung talagang grabe ang hilik sa gabi or makatulog lang, kahit nap lang may nag-i-snore. Yan, OSA yan. Mag-candidate for OSA yan. Tama ba ako?
Yes po, ma'am.
Di ba?
Po.
Yung mga alam mo yung ano ba tawag dito? Meron kasing mga individuals din na yung healthy. No, akala mo healthy, yung talagang yung weight nila tama dun sa yung BMI nila. Pero kapag nakasandal yan at yung nakatulog at nag-snore, laging ganon, yun. For sure, mataas ang rate niya, magiging OSA yun. Pero kapag obese ka, kagaya ko, obese ako, malayo pa ako maging candidate ng OSA. Kasi ang dami pang mga factors that are to be considered. Tapos yung ano pa yung yung mga probable na pwedeng magkaroon ng OSA. Bigyan mo ako. Aside from obese, yung mga sa neuromuscular disorders, bigyan mo ako. Kasi may polysome kayo Talo nyo pa ako, wala akong polysome. Bigyan mo ako. Those are individuals who are candidate for OSA. Bigyan mo nga ako. Possible. Ms. Gunnakaw, you open your notes. Sige na, bigyan mo ako. Makikita mo ba yan sa police personnel? Makikita nyo ba? Sa police personnel yon, yung mga signs na yan?
Pwede pong candidate yung mga may cardiovascular diseases po.
Oh, precisely, kahit na anong signs yan, yung mga police personnel, paano yun na ano yan? Na meron silang cardiovascular disorder? Kasi nag-cap sana kayo doon sa mga yung possible, those who are prone to OSA. Hindi na yung may OSA kasi syempre knowledge na yun. Alam na nila yun, may attitude, may ano na yan, KA na. Nakuha nyo? Tama ba ako? Kasi tanong ko dyan, bakit police personnel ang OSA eh? Sa dami naman ng factors na pwedeng magkaroon ng OSA. Kasi pag ako nagbasa dito, uy, police personnel, bakit kaya police personnel? Bakit malaki? Not unless na doon sa area nyo, may mga diagnose ng OSA na mga police personnel. Yung high rate ng OSA doon, may proof kayo. Pwede lang. Tama ba ako? Yun lang ang makomment ko, Ma'am Jinky.
Thank you, Ma'am Nancy. Thank you po. Any comments po from, any comment from our advisor, Sir Kelvin? Mamaya si Sir Dico naman. Hello po, Sir Kelvin.
Feeling ko pati si Sir Kelvin dito ay napilitan na lang.
Hello, Sir Kelvin.
Sir Kelvin, feeling ko napilitan ka dito, impilit na dito, niya. Kaya sila walang mai-discuss, Ma'am Jinky eh.
Ma'am, sorry. Ayaw nung earphone na gamit ko before. Mag-usap-usap na lang po kami with the students po regarding sa recommendations niyo po. Sige, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Kelvin.
Thank you po.
Ma'am Nancy, paano yan yung next group? The same din. Iba lang sila. Yung next group, hindi naman sila police personnel pala.
Sino?
The next group is middle-aged adults. Tingnan natin mamaya kung paano.
Not unless na merong study na meron sa tingnan natin.
Tingnan natin, hindi ko pala na Sa group members, any questions? Rose Ann, Angeli, Cheryl,
Wala na po.
Christina? Wala? Sure kayo? Okay, kung wala na, I'll be forwarding also my comments dun sa paper ninyo kay Camille. If there are no more questions from the group, let's move on to the next group. Christina?
Thank you, dear panelists, for the comments and suggestions. Moving on, may I call the next group to present their paper. So let's welcome Group 7C.
Hello, good morning po. Nakikita na po yung screen.
Yes, EJ.
Thank you po. So, good morning, dear professors and panelists.
Not in PowerPoint view.
Ma'am?
Not in presentation view. Hindi pa siya naka-presentation.
Ay, hindi pa po nakikita yung po, ma'am, yung slide po. Ay, sorry po.
Nakikita, pero hindi naka-presentation.
Sorry po. So, okay na po, ma'am.
Ganun pa din. Click mo yun, yung kinlik mo kanina sa baba. Yung doon, lagay mo yung cursor mo doon.
Ma'am, okay naman na po sa akin.
Iyan mo, unshare mo, tapos share mo ulit.
Sige po.
Sometimes may ganong problema si Zoom.
Ma'am, is my screen visible na po, ma'am?
Visible pero ganun pa din. Hayaan mo na, sige. Okay lang siguro.
Ba't ganun?
Lalakihan na lang namin yung screen namin.
Sige po, ma'am. So, good morning once again, dear professors and panelists. We are Group 7C, and we are here to present our research entitled Knowledge and Attitude of Middle-Aged Adults in Caritan Norte, Tuguegarao City on Obstructive Sleep Apnea. So for our background of the study, um, we all know that obstructive sleep apnea is categorized as a chronic medical condition marked by periodic collapse of the upper airway during sleep. And this may lead to either complete or partial airway obstruction. By the way, OSA is a public health concern that is underrated, underdiagnosed, and its prevalence is rising over time. Undiagnosed and untreated OSA has been linked to an elevated risk of morbidity and mortality in the general population. Poor attitude and misconceptions about obstructive sleep apnea were recurrent topics that surfaced in the public. It was commonly seen as a sort of sleeplessness and age-related disorder and the result of specific bedtime activities. One study shows that the main barrier to OSA evaluation that arose was unfamiliarity with the study environment. According to more epidemiologic studies, OSA affects 2 to 4% of middle-aged adults, and only a small percent of instances in this group. Ma'am, hello po.
Christina, to EJ, hindi nag-move yung slide.
Hindi, ba't ganun?
Share ulit. I-share mo nung naka-presenter view na.
Ito, ma'am. Pasensya po. Ba't ganun?
Si Monica na lang daw mag-share screen.
Share screen. Lang.
Okay na.
I put the charger and light.
Okay na, ayun na pala. Monica palagay dun sa sa background. Sana ako tawag. Once again, according to more epidemiologic studies, OSA affects 2 to 4% of middle-aged adults, and only a small percentage of instances in this group of individuals have been diagnosed due to their behavior and insufficient knowledge on obstructive sleep apnea among clinicians and general population. Recognizing problems regarding this matter may influence the public to modify their practices and treatment outcomes that soon prevent them to acquire them. And it is well established that patients' knowledge, attitude, and beliefs about their conditions have an impact on their health, including treatment adherence. If every individual is knowledgeable and has a positive attitude about risk factors and their presenting symptoms, symptomatic individuals are more likely to seek medical treatment and may prevent complications. There were numerous studies about causes, disorders associated and its risk factors, but no definitive research studies are accessed on the knowledge and attitude of middle-aged adults who are more prone to developing obstructive sleep apnea. Additionally, considering the circumstances, this paper aims to find out the knowledge and attitude of middle-aged adults on obstructive sleep apnea and residents of Caritan Norte, Tuguegarao City. This study will give an insight into the risk factors and signs and symptoms of this disease. Moreover, this will provide awareness to those patients with OSA of the treatment and management and prevention and control to avoid its complication. Next slide, please. For the statement of the problem, generally, this study aims to evaluate the knowledge and attitude of middle-aged adults in Caritan Norte, Tuguegarao City on obstructive sleep apnea. Specifically, our study will attempt to answer the following questions. Number 1, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of demographic profile? Under demographic profile, we have age, sex, highest educational status, marital status, and number of seminars attended on OSA. Then we have socioeconomic profile, and under it were occupation, employment status, average monthly income, sources of information on OSA. Then we have the clinical profile, in which we have major ailment, comorbidities, and maintenance drugs. Lastly, We have the lifestyle and habits, and in it we have alcohol consumption, smoking status, and sleeping pattern. Question number 2. What is the level of knowledge of the respondents on OSA in terms of pathophysiology, signs and symptoms, risk factors, treatment and management, and prevention and control? Question number 3. What is the level of attitude of the respondents on OSA? And finally, the last question, is there a significant relationship between respondents' profile with that of their attitude and knowledge towards OSA? Next slide, please. For our research methodology, this study utilized descriptive correlational research design, and to identify the respondents, simple random sampling was employed. In the stated barangay, there were 773 middle-aged adults, middle-aged adult residents. Using Slovin's formula, a sample size of 264 was calculated with a confidence level of 95% and a margin of error of 5%. Then the researchers adopted a well-structured questionnaire that was validated by experts and tested on 20 participants. As you can see here, this is the first part of our questionnaire, and it utilized close-ended questions to determine the respondent's profile. Next slide, please. Then here, next slide po. And then we have the second part, which aims to know about the respondent's attitude towards OSA, it is utilized by a 4-point Likert scale. Next slide, please. Then finally, the last part, this aims to determine the respondent's knowledge on obstructive sleep apnea. And it consists of questions and close-ended questions answerable by yes or no. Next slide, please. Next slide po. Then the researchers wrote a letter and submitted it to the dean's office for approval before conducting the study. And following the confirmation from the college dean, the researchers also submitted a letter to the barangay captain of Caritan Norte for the data gathering procedure. Next, please. Then after the approval, informed consent together with the questionnaire was distributed among the respondents. After gathering the data, the researchers organized and coded the data for analysis. The percentage was used to answer the first statement of the problem, which states that the respondent's demographic, socioeconomic, clinical, lifestyle, and habit profile. Then for statement SOP number 2, percentage plus scoring was utilized, which stated what is the respondent's knowledge on OSA in terms of pathophysiology, signs and symptoms, risk factors, treatment and management, and prevention and control. Then to answer SOP number 3, which aims to know about the attitude of respondents on obstructive sleep apnea, weighted mean was utilized. Then finally, to answer the statement SOP number 4, which aims to know about if there is a significant relationship between the respondent's profile and their attitude and knowledge towards OSA, a chi-square test was used. Next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. Here is our tabulated results. So for table 1.1 presents the distribution of respondents in terms of demographic profile. With regards to age, the majority of the respondents are in their 40 to 45 years old, and 53 respondents are already considered senior. In terms of sex, the majority of the respondents are female. The reason was that they were the one usually at home and are willing to participate in such surveys as per observed by the researchers. Regarding to the educational attainment, most respondents have good literacy levels, high school education at the least. This shows that most of the respondents finished their basic education. It can also be observed that 1/4 of the respondents are vocational graduates. Some of the mentioned courses were welding and electrical maintenance. As to marital status, the majority of the respondents are married. And almost all of the respondents had never attended a seminar on OSA, and only 15 said they had. As per observation in the barangay office, none of the officials are aware of OSA, and since even the authorities are unaware of sleep-related disease such as OSA, it is less probable that someone will organize a seminar or program to raise awareness about OSA, particularly in that community. Furthermore, to the researchers' knowledge, there have been no study on knowledge and attitude on OSA in the Philippines, particularly among middle-aged adults who are more likely to have the disease, resulting in low awareness of the disease. The table 1.2 shows the distribution of respondents in terms of socioeconomic profile. Regarding of the occupation, most of the respondents do have occupation under blue-collar jobs. Majority of the respondents are employed, and most of them are under the jobs that performs manual labor, skilled or unskilled, such as tricycle drivers, handymen, welders. Self-employed respondents who run small businesses, including online selling, sari-sari stores, and talipapa, to avoid becoming infected with COVID-19 virus, many consumers have turned to online shopping, a contactless option. As a result, many have been actively involved in digital marketing. Furthermore, residents do not have to go to city markets or malls to buy immediate essentials. Hence, neighborhood small markets such as sari-sari store and talipapa have been seen along the highways in the barangay. The average monthly income of the respondents reveals that they earned less than 10,000 pesos. It shows that the respondents are earning below poverty line, according to NEDA. To cover basic food necessities and non-food needs, a family of 5 should earn at least 21,600 pesos monthly. The data also shows that the majority of the respondents have no access to information about OSA. Nevertheless, among those who do have access to information, television is the most prevalent source. The findings are consistent with those of Centorc, who found that nearly half of the respondents acquired their sleep apnea information from television. As for the respondents who answered others, seminars on OSA are the source of information. Next slide, please. For table 1.3 shows the clinical profile of the respondents. The majority of the respondents do not have major ailment, as demonstrated by the fact that most of the respondents are under the age of 60, as opposed to seniors who are prone to illness as a result of aging. Vertigo, hyperuricemia, allergies, and neurological diseases are among the illnesses that affect middle-aged adults in the community. Similarly, when it comes to comorbidity, the majority of the respondents do not have any. Those who have one, on the other hand, are more likely to have hypertension. The additional comorbidities noted are ulcers and arthritis. The majority of the respondents do not take any maintenance medication, but of those who do, ismodine, amlodipine, neoblock, losartan, and metoprolol are among the most commonly mentioned. Drugs such as metformin, Urabion, Candex, diclofenac, and vitamin C were also indicated. Table 1.4 shows the lifestyle and habits of the respondents. And when it comes to alcohol consumption, the majority of the respondents are abstainers. However, 118 respondents drink alcohol, and according to them, the majority of the times they drink are for special events such as birthdays and fiestas. In terms of smoking status, the majority of the respondents are non-smokers. Nevertheless, there are few who are already heavy smokers, smoking about more than 16 sticks per day, putting them at significant risk for acquiring respiratory diseases. Lastly, the majority of the respondents have monophasic sleeping pattern, which is reflected in the fact that the majority of the respondents are employed primarily in labor-intensive jobs that are best completed during the day, leaving them with just the night to sleep. Next slide, please. Okay. Table 2, the tables in this slide shows the knowledge of the respondents regarding OSA in terms of incorrect responses per domain. So under pathophysiology, it can be seen in the table that the highest frequency of incorrect responses is under loss of muscle tone due to aging contributes to development of obstructive sleep apnea, which implies that in terms of pathophysiology, the respondents are least knowledgeable as to the contribution of aging to the development of OSA. Furthermore, pathophysiology requires knowledge of human anatomy and physiology, which they lack because based on their demographic profile, which shows that only few of them are college graduates and majority have not attended any seminars regarding OSA. As a result, the respondents are less likely to be aware of its pathophysiology. In the study conducted in Singapore, the results of assessment of general population knowledge of the pathophysiology of OSA were also the same as the findings of our study, in which they describe as locking. Under signs and symptoms, it can be seen that the highest frequency of incorrect responses is under item a decreased interest in sex is a symptom of obstructive sleep apnea, which implies that the respondents are least knowledgeable that one of the symptoms of ASA is decreased interest in sex. With regards to least incorrect responses, the table shows that respondents are knowledgeable with excessive daytime sleepiness as symptom of OSA. One of the reasons that respondents got it right was their immediate recognition of the link between the word sleep and the disease. This disease. This finding is similar to the another study in which the most common symptoms listed by respondents were excessive daytime sleepiness and loud snoring. In terms of risk factors, it can be seen that the highest frequency of incorrect responses is under item drinking alcohol is a consequence of obstructive sleep apnea, which implies that the respondents' knowledge in terms of association of drinking alcohol to OSA is locking. The respondents who consume alcohol indicated that they don't feel anything that could be sign of OSA, especially when it comes to sleep. In fact, they said that consuming alcohol helps them fall asleep quickly. The study findings are in line with the results of another study where respondents had failed to distinguish drinking alcohol as a risk factor. However, the common risk factors that are known to those individuals are obesity. Regarding treatment and management, it can be seen that the highest frequency of incorrect responses is under the item nocturnal polysomnography is used in the treatment and management of obstructive sleep apnea. This implies that the respondent demonstrate poor knowledge of how nocturnal polysomnography can treat and manage OSA. The term nocturnal polysomnography are unfamiliar to the respondents, owing to the fact that the majority of the respondents had never attended a seminar on the OSA, and such treatment is best explained by pulmonologists or sleep technologists. These findings is similar to Centurk, who reported that the participants that was assessed were unaware of polysomnography. And lastly, under prevention and control, it can be seen that the highest frequency of incorrect responses is under item which tackles the avoidance of smoking as preventive measure for having OSA. This implies that the respondents are least knowledgeable that smoking could affect their sleep architecture and could cause OSA. In fact, respondents are quick to dismiss the idea of quitting smoking, particularly among heavy smokers, who claim that years they spent smoking have had no negative impact on their sleep. Next slide, please. Next slide. This shows the summary table of the knowledge of respondents on OSA. In terms of the respondents' overall knowledge, the data shows that respondents have moderate knowledge of OSA based on the frequency and percentage of incorrect responses per domain. Next slide, please. Table 3 presents the attitude of respondents on OSA. The overall weighted mean of 3.17 signifies that the respondents have good attitude on OSA and is evident in the item, I want to maintain healthy living to avoid obstructive sleep apnea, with the highest weighted mean of 3.57. This suggests that respondents have strong desire to avoid developing the disease. They also believe that leading a healthy lifestyle could help them avoid acquiring it. This result can be associated with the study conducted in Uganda. It says that citizens displayed a willingness and motivation to engage in preventive efforts directed at NCDs like OSA to avoid further complications. Furthermore, respondents have good attitude towards the statements, "I'm afraid that I might have obstructive sleep apnea if I will not reduce weight. I will share my knowledge with my friends and family regarding the possible causes of obstructive sleep apnea." And the reverse statement that says, "I don't care if I will have obstructive sleep apnea." This indicates that most of the respondents have good attitude and were concerned about the risk factors for OSA, and more importantly, agreed to take precautions to avoid acquiring the condition. They also express their desire to educate their family and friends about OSA. However, the item I'm not worried whenever I snore and whenever I'm apneic it is a reverse statement, and it has the least weighted mean of all the items, indicating that despite their positive attitude, some respondents are still unconcerned about their snoring activity and their cessation of breath during sleep. And they do not believe that their snoring is a symptom of such disease. And so the study's overall findings on the respondents' attitude around OSA demonstrate that the respondents have good attitude towards maintaining healthy lifestyle toward OSA and good attitude toward learning how to prevent from acquiring the disease. Next slide, please. The table 4.1 summarizes the relationship between the respondents' knowledge of OSA in their profile variables. A significant relationship is supported under knowledge and employment status, smoking status, and sleeping pattern of the respondents. This indicates that the respondents' smoking status, sleeping pattern, and employment status determine their knowledge of OSA. In terms of employment status, the majority of the respondents are employed, making them more likely to purchase phones, particularly those who sell online, making them more likely to come across information about sleep disorders such as OSA. The findings are similar to another study. According to Sinturk, those who work and have high level of money have a greater degree of knowledge in terms of the effect of social cultural level and ease of access to information. In terms of smoking status, the majority of the respondents are non-smokers. And the results suggest that they are more likely to be aware of the signs and symptoms of OSA, as well as recognize risk factors and lifestyle practices that can help prevent the condition from developing, such as quitting smoking. Respondents who smoke, on the other hand, were unaware that quitting smoking could help them avoid contracting the condition, making them not knowledgeable or least knowledgeable on the particular risk factor. When it comes to sleeping patterns, just minority of the respondents reported biphasic patterns. The most likely cause of this is that they had difficulty sleeping at night, and most likely they felt drowsy during the day, both which are signs of OSA. And studies shows that persons who have difficulty sleeping are more likely to hear about OSA. Table 4.2 shows the summary of result of the test of the relationship between the attitude of the respondents on OSA and their profile variables. A significant relationship is supported under attitude and sleeping pattern of the respondents. This indicates that the sleeping pattern of the respondents is a determinant of their attitude towards OSA. Majority of the respondents have monophasic sleeping pattern, and they were the ones who believe that good night's sleep may signify that they are healthy and desire to keep. Hence, they are more likely to have a favorable attitude to engage in prevention actions to avoid OSA, particularly when it involves lifestyle behaviors. Next slide, please. With careful analysis of the findings, it is concluded that most of the respondents are moderately knowledgeable regarding the pathophysiology, signs and symptoms, risk factors, treatment and management, and prevention and control of obstructive sleep apnea. Findings also reveal that the respondents generally have good attitude towards the disease. Next slide, please. Okay. Based on the findings and conclusion presented, the following are recommendations and are hereby suggested. For number 1, the City Health Office of the local government unit of Tuguegarao City should conduct information dissemination through leaflets and other public advertisements toward OSA for further awareness of the said disease. For number 2, seminars concerning OSA should also be conducted by the LGU among the residents of the barangay, and especially middle-aged adults must be advised to attend. The City Health Office of the Tuguegarao City should provide education and in-services seminars initiatives designed to raise awareness of OSA signs and symptoms primarily on the snoring behavior of individuals. For number 4 recommendation, the future researchers should consider conducting similar studies in different locales for further assessment on people's knowledge and attitude towards OSA. And that would be all. Thank you. We are now ready to hear your comments and recommendations po.
Thank you, Group 7C. May we hear from Sir Julius again?
Okay, so anyway, thank you to this group for discussing the results of your research. Okay, so similar as group 1, you're working on obstructive sleep apnea. I just would like to reiterate that a recommendation should be that you have to work on the practices part to make the KAP cycle complete. You know, as I keep on repeating, from the three elements in the pillars of public health and public health administration, it's practices that we give cognizant interests, because practices would be influenced as per assumption by knowledge and of course by attitude. Practices becomes the outcome of your knowledge and attitude. So please have that. Second, when you talk about middle-aged adults in Caritan Norte, your definition of middle-aged adults is that their age bracket ranges from
40 to 65 years old po.
Very good. Okay, so if that's the case, until 65 years old, 40 to 65 years old. So apparently, the definition of middle age, of which it's 40 to 65 years old, long before was actually considered. But today, because of the shorter lifespan that we have, it would be a blessing that individuals will reach greater than 65 years old. Correct? So probably in order not to mislead our audience or readers, we just have to spell out no what middle-aged adults are. Correct? Residents, you say residents of Caritan, Tuguegarao City, close open parenthesis, 40 to 65 years old. Okay? Kasi middle-aged adult, sabi ko nga, noon, tinatanggap natin yan. When lifespan would be until like 90, mga ganyan. Correct? Pero today kasi, congratulations na lang. Naiintindihan kung makaka-70 ka pa, 75. Okay? So anyway, that is what you should spell out in your title. Okay, so you have here obstructive sleep apnea, which was the same thing which I asked the group, no, the former group to define this morning. So we'll see into your objectives. I believe, no, it would be similar objectives that you have, correct? Do you have similar objectives, by the way? Do you have
Yes.
similar questionnaires?
Yes
So
po.
this-
Yes po,
Wala yung number 5 nila direct.
okay,
Knowledge
so this is
and
asa lang
attitude
ito.
relationship.
Okay, so if that's the case, no, then so if this is, you bring me to the objectives, no. Bring me to the statement of the problem. When I say objectives, that's tantamount to saying statement of the problem. Okay. So again, the better version, no, of the sleep apnea is seen in this paper because at least they've tried looking into the clinical profile, lifestyle, and habits. No, again, I would like to reiterate that some of the items which are more important, no, are actually missing. For example, number of hours of work per day, at least average, no? Because kapag puyat, sabi ko nga kanina, it leads to like napapagod sila, nag-i-snore sila. And then you have also the food preferences. Naintindihan? Hindi lang yung alcohol at saka smoking at saka sleeping consumption yan, yung pagkain nila. And then perhaps, I think it would, kasi pag binabasa mo ang sleep apnea, lumalabas dyan yung weight. No, part of the demographic profile sana, no, would talk about the height and weight so that we will get BMI. Naintindihan? The more obese kasi, naintindihan, a person becomes more likely that he is actually apneic. Yun. So kasama sana, no, sana sa next na mga researchers na mag-attempt ng ganito, ang height, weight, BMI, tapos it have of course yung kanyang dito, yung kanyang food preferences. Okay? And then, yung level of knowledge natin, ilagay mo na dyan, pathophysiology kasama ang signs and symptoms, katulad nung kanina. They will be lumped, no, together. This group, I surmise, also have had the yes or no type of scoring of questionnaires. Correct? Scoring pa rin kayo. Again, similar as with number 1, you look for how you're going to categorize, no, the scores. Hindi pwedeng dalawang category. Yung choices nyo, dalawa. Naintindihan? Pero katulad ng grading system natin sa academe, merong fair, poor, fair, satisfactory, very satisfactory, outstanding. Okay? Kunwari, anong grade mo? Ang grade mo ay 75. So saan yan? No? Saan siya mag-fall? Naintindihan? So parang categories lang naman yun. Hindi naman siya level. Again, hindi siya level kasi walang hierarchy, but at least we are going to interpret succinctly their scores. Katulad kanina, yung 23 versus 22, naintindihan, isa lang ang increment, pero the way we interpret, no, malaking bagay yan. Naintindihan? So parang sinasabi mo ng isa, dumbbell, tapos bright. 20 tong nakuha ko, nagkataong 22 lang. Naintindihan? Dumbbell yon. 23 yung nakuha mo, bright ka na, parang gano'n. So, para matanggal natin yung bias dun sa interpretation. Another, dun sa risk factors, sana nakategorize. I-try nyong i-categorize. Kahit hindi ko naman sinasabi ng ulitin nyo. Whatever you have there, pwede bang i-categorize nyo so that we will have a more applicable recommendation, part of the recommendation. Okay? So, you bring me to your conceptual framework. I need the conceptual framework. The conceptual framework talks of the legal basis, right? Do you have the conceptual framework there? What were your legal bases here? What were the concepts that you have placed here? Do you have them in your PowerPoint? Anong mga
Wala.
concepts na ginamit niyo to justify this? I'm not talking of the paradigm, okay? I'm talking about the conceptual framework. Come on. Anong mga ginamit niyo in your manuscript? Because you have your manuscripts with you anyway. Ano yung mga nandyan sa conceptual framework niyo?
Direct yung sa nilagay po namin na or like sa conceptual framework po namin direct. Yung mga laws po or mga about sa lifestyle and related
Anong
po.
law? May I see? May I just have a browse of that? Kahit hindi nyo na i-flash, basahin mo lang kung anong significant concepts ang ginamit mo.
Sige po, ba?
Nandyan ba yung SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, anchored on non-communicable diseases? I think that is number 5 of the SDGs.
Ang nilagay po namin yung National Policy on Strengthening the Prevention and Control of Chronic Lifestyle Related to Non-Communicable Diseases, Administrative Order Number 2011, 2001-2003 po. About
Kung 2003 pa.
yes.
Ang SDG kasi, that is the framework that we normally have across the members of the United Nations. So i-include nyo dyan yung ating SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. Hanapin nyo, i-discuss nyo dyan yung item that talks about non-communicable diseases. Reduction of non-communicable diseases. Okay, tapos meron tayong tinatawag na program na Department of Health along parang respiratory ailments, respiratory care program, okay, ng Department of Health. Tignan nyo din yung advocacy ng ARCPP, kasama yan, naintindihan. And siguro yung Association ng Pulmonologists, i-visit nyo lang, baka meron. Okay, just to strengthen bakit importante yung sleep apnea. Kasi bakit ko binibigyan ng pansin? Kasi wala namang pumapansin kung nag-i-store yung mga tao, pakialam ko pa, naintindihan. Parang ganun yung karamihan ng mga tao ngayon. They regard na baka pagod lang yan. Hindi nila alam sakit pala yan. Naintindihan. Kaya kunin nyo doon sa light ng SDGs at saka sa program ng respiratory care, naintindihan, ng DOH at saka ng ARCPP. Go to your paradigm. May I just check? You can move your slide to your paradigm where the arrows are.
Direct, wala po sa PPT po yung research paradigm namin. Pero ang ginamit po namin direct is IVDV model po.
Okay. But if you made use of the IVDV model, may I ask whether you have identified about the confounders?
Ano lang po.
What are the confounding variables? Example, you did not check here, di ba? Kasi bakit importante yung confounders mo? Bakit hindi ako naghanap ng confounder sa first group? Yung confounder mo kasi ay dapat apparent dyan kasi 40 to 65 years old, that's such a huge gap. Naintindihan? For example, ang confounder ay yung confounder na iniisip ko kasi dito, pag 40 to 65, nangyari na siya ba ay, how do you call it? Yung kanyang, kasi ang occupation mo ngayon, previous occupation lang yan. Present, right? Correct? Yung 60 to 65, paano yon? Yung occupation nila, paano mo siya dineduce? Siyempre, retired na ang mga yan. Diba? So, malamang none na yan. Correct? So, yung sinasabi ko, may may ano kasi yan, merong, for example, yung police, hanggang 55 lang kasi yan. Pero doon sa span na naging police sila, maraming mga factors, no, na nakapag-precipitate into them being an application. No? So yung previous employment nila, hindi mo naman kinuha yan. Hindi mo yan pre-no-file dito sa mga variables mo. Hindi siya kasama sa profile variables mo. But it has something to do, naintindihan, with obviously doon sa kanilang sa kanilang sa problem natin. Second, no, meron bang instances na tinanong nyo kung may mga parang respiratory diseases din yung members ng family niya? Okay.
Hindi
So
po.
yung mga doon, may mga kailangan mong magkaroon, hindi siya katulad ng police. Define kasi yung police. Ito yung police, ganun sila eh. Eh hindi na tayo magko-question doon. Sa'yo kasi, napakalaki ng chance na yung disparity of characteristics or differences in the characteristics of your respondents. So what I want for your variable would be, there should be an intervening variable dun sa gitna. Naintindihan? Meron kang intervening variable dyan. Example ng intervening variable, pangatlo kung sasabihin, would be religion. Correct? Naintindihan? Kasi merong ibang religion na nagda-diet talaga. Bawal sa kanila ang ganyan, bawal ang ganito. Right? Meron pang religion na bawal ang kape. Bawal dinuguan, bawal ang isda, isda na walang kaliskis ata. No? Bawal ang ganun. Bawal ang dalawa ang paa. Yun. Parang yun, no? Parang variable 'yan. Do you understand? No? Kasi inuulit ko, napaka different ng mga respondents mo from each other. Wala silang cohort. Cohort would be commonality maliban sa sila ay 40 to 65 years old and resident. Correct? Naintindihan? So maraming mga intervening variables sa results. Kindly identify them and just have them reflected in your paradigm. Okay? Now you proceed to table, I think table 2. No? Table 2. I see. Come on. Yeah, table 2. Here, no, you have actually analyzed them individually. But of course, no, ang kulang dito is how did the group perform in each of the categories. Wala kang total. Gets?
Direct, di po namin tinotal po kasi incorrect responses po yung nilagay po namin sa table po. Akala
Ano
po,
yun? Hindi mo tinotal kasi?
I mean, yung per domain po ba direct?
Yeah.
Kasi po,
Per
incorrect
domain. For
responses
example,
po yung
table
nilagay.
2.1, table 2.2. No. Bakit hindi yan na total? How did they perform? Overall, in terms of knowledge on pathophysiology, for example, although what I'm telling is you have pathophysiology and signs and symptoms taken together. So for example, that table 2.1, why were there not tallied? No? So that you will have to gather them together. Madali lang naman yan kasi number of incorrect all over total number of items times 100 in order that you would get the percentage. So kunwari yan, no? Anong pwede nating i-deduce sa table 2.1? Sa pagdi-discuss ng results, magsimula ka sa total. Gets? After the total, you have to interpret. After the total and its interpretation, you look at kung ano ang pinakamababa nilang score at i-justify mo bakit mababa yung kanilang scores. In fact, the way we interpret, kasi yun yung fault ng number 1, yung highly knowledgeable, not knowledgeable. Ito yung problema natin. Sa each of the area, pwede mo kasing sabihin na moderately knowledgeable, ganyan yan. Kung meron kang scoring, hanapin mo yan, may rubrics ka dyan. Para in each of the criteria, ma-discuss mo kung, for example, sa pathophysiology, yung 50.38 ba, saan siya magfo-fall? Sa moderately knowledgeable. Yung 35.98 would be, for example, no knowledge or not knowledgeable. Okay? So, i-discuss mo yan. Bakit ganun? Hindi sila pare-pareho na not knowledgeable yan. In fact, I don't like na not knowledgeable ang ilalagay kasi not knowledgeable normally would be tantamount to saying zero talaga yung score nila. Okay, sana maisip niyo yun. So there's something that needs to be done with this table, no? But when you're going to attack this table, you start first with the total muna, and then proceed with the problematic areas. When we say problematic, while I was talking about the lowest, I'm talking how many are the lowests. Kasi it can be na poorly knowledgeable sila or no knowledge sila sa tatlong areas. Correct? For example, sa table 2.2, anong mga areas ang concern natin dyan? I surmise area that talks about excessive daytime sleepiness, etc. Areas that talking about peaceful sleep. Areas that talks about loud snoring. I don't know. Naintindihan? Yan yung mga areas. Depende yan kung paano yung kanilang description dun sa categories kung saan magfo-fall yung scores. Kasi discuss mo bakit hindi nila alam yung mga yan. Okay na? Now, when you're going to deal with your justifications, it can be that it was a product of your literature search, or it can be a product of your triangulation. You should have asked people to verify why their responses are that. No? Now, important, ladies and gentlemen, even if you have frequencies, so to speak, no, would be your standard deviation. Okay? Yung standard deviation. Kaya namang i-compute, naintindihan? Yung, or kung hindi naman standard deviation, at least mean response. Mean response. Kasi maganda din na malaman natin yung mean response para makita talaga natin kung knowledgeable po sila or hindi talaga sila knowledgeable. Move to table 2.3 and the rest, may I see. So it's the same mistake, I think. Come on, move. Okay, let me see this. No, even for your attitude, it would be the same thing I have noticed with group number 1. Okay? Yung wala naman akong pinapabago, maliban na lang sa sinasabi kong you have to make sure that it is stated in a attitudinal way, no? Attitude questions, hindi ganito, no? So, i-maintain nyo yung sense para hindi naman na-monopolize, naintindihan. Maintain nyo yung sense ng statement, no? Yung message ng statement, pero gamitin nyo yung correct way, no, ng pag-construct ng attitude niyo. I believe, I regard, and I think, no? Okay, naintindihan? I agree. Okay, next. So, palitan nyo yan. Tignan nyo, yung weighted, wait, balik ka nga doon. Ibig sabihin, weighted mean ang ginamit mo dito. Mean. Correct? So kung tutuusin, pinagbunggo mo ang yes or no, yung two scales sa 5 scales. Tama ba? Doon sa objective na, is there an association between knowledge and attitude? Pinagbunggo mo yung 2 sa 5. Hindi nyo alam. Okay. Dalawa kasi ang choices doon sa knowledge natin, yes or no. Doon sa attitude, 5 ang choices mo. Correct? 4?
4 skill.
Ano yung 4? Very good. Good. Poor, very poor. Ano yun? Hindi kita marinig.
Strongly disagree, agree, and strongly agree po, Direk.
Okay, so kung strongly agree and disagree hanggang sa, bakit nagkaroon ng verbal interpretation na very good, good, etc. dito?
Parang other interpretation niya po doon kasi for very good attitude po, yun po yung strongly agree po. Tapos yung good attitude agree, tapos yung poor attitude po sana is strongly disagree.
Kasi ang mangyayari dyan ay, should there be a weighted mean, meron kang tinatawag na ang interpretation niya, for example, ang kanyang um, kapag sinasabi mong disagree, agree, ganyan, yun yung tinatawag nating descriptive value. Correct? Descriptive value. Tapos ang area niya, ang third na area niya dyan would be yung interpretation na sinasabi mong good, etc. Ang next na tanong ko, anong ginawa mo? A over K. Nauna yung attitude bago yung knowledge nung tinanong mo?
Yung questionnaire po, direct, nauna po yung attitude, direct.
Okay, nauna yung attitude bago yung knowledge. So i-discuss mo yan doon sa methodology mo. Okay, na nauna yung attitude questions bago yung ating knowledge questions. And then, yung verbal interpretation should be more specific than just but saying very good attitude and good attitude. When do you say it's very good? When do you say it is good? Naintindihan? So what's the difference between very good and good? No? Where lies the difference? Yun ang i-discuss mo dun sa interpretation niya, doon sa chapter 3. Gets? It's not enough that you say, very strongly agree is tantamount to very good attitude. Wrong. Strongly agree is to be interpreted very good attitude, and you give the description. For example, they have high regard and they practice these particular belief, mga ganun. Hanapan nyo ng kanya. Ano yung good attitude? They have high regard, but, naintindihan? Hanapan nyo. Gawan nyo yan. You reflect that as your last table in table number 3. Now, kasi i-discuss mo yung table na yan, bali dalawang table sa chapter 3, yung last na table, how do you interpret the categories for your knowledge and how do you interpret your categories for your attitude? Okay na? So we call them figures. Figures 1, bali magiging figure 2 na yon kasi ang figure 1 mo would be your paradigm of the study. Ang figure 2 mo would be your table interpreting your knowledge. Inuulit ko, ayoko ng ganung interpretation. Meron kang tinatawag na categories. No, categories like known knowledge, poor knowledge, mga ganun. Okay, categories pa rin siya. Or you would want it done like poor, fair, satisfactory, very satisfactory, excellent. So himay-himayin mo yung scores nila, no? Para hindi tayo maging bias. Yes or no, yung pinangkuha mo. Pero considering these scores, ito yung mga interpretations niya. Correct? Alam nyo yan, right? Okay. Kasi ang ginamit mo dyan would be percentage. Katulad ng mga TOR, makikita mo sa transcript of records, kung ito yung grade mo, may interpret niya yan kung saan ka magfo-fall. Sa ibang schools pa nga, A plus, A minus, gano'n eh. B plus, B, mga ganyan, di ba? Ganun pa kakomplikado sa ibang schools. In other words, we just don't make an inference based on the values or the numericals that we are seeing in this table. Okay, next please. So you change table 3. This one, yeah, okay. Ano ang discussions natin? Bakit significant ang employment, smoking status, and sleeping pattern sa kanilang knowledge towards apnea? Bakit significant? Sabi niya kasi, pag sinasabing, is there a significant difference, no? Ang sinasabi niya ay, may kinalaman ang knowledge nila sa apnea, no? Kung ang tutukuyin natin ay yung employment status nila, kung ang i-consider natin ay smoking status nila, kung ang tatalakayin natin ay sleeping pattern. So bakit? No? In terms of yung employment status, anong ibig sabihin yan?
Directing sa employment status po, dahil po majority po ng ng respondents po ay employed. And sa ibang studies po kasi sinasabi na yung may trabaho at saka, ay may mga trabaho ganun po direct ay mas like parang mas yung access po nila sa information po about sa OSA po ay madali parang ganun or meron pa silang access ganun direct. Ano po?
Mahirap din, naiintindihan. Siguro, on one point, kasi yung access na sinasabi mo would be sources of information eh. Ang employment, ang sinasabi dito, for example, sila ay permanent, sila ay job order, sila ay casual, etc. No? For example, dun sa employment, ito kasi sinasabi ko, kailangan mag-deduce kayo. Malay mo, yung mga employment status pala, pag permanent, meron silang tinatawag na annual physical exam. Yung employment, no, meron silang medical programs kung saan no sila ay nile-lecturean. For example, sa amin sa school, meron kaming sports allowances, but before we can even avail of the sports allowances, we have to have mga sports activities, parang gano'n, no? That is more, syempre yung allowances na yan would be for the regular at hindi yan kasama sa mga fringe benefits ng mga casual or ng mga contract of service. Now, for example, yung there was one time in CSU na meron kaming mga health cards, may mga health insurances na binibigay sa permanent. Syempre, yung mga contract of service, wala yan. Parang gano'n, no? Hanapan nyo ng, wag nyong gamitin yung sources of information kasi iba yung tukoy nun. Another parameter mo yan eh, which yielded in no significant relationship. Naintindihan? Mali, no? So tama yung resulta ng stat, mali yung pag-justify mo, parang gano'n. Okay? So for example, yung smoking status naman, bakit kaya may kinalaman ang smoking status sa knowledge sa OSHA? Bakit yung sleeping pattern? Ano naman yung sleeping pattern? Yung mga mas mahahaba ang tulog, yung mga nakakatulog, anong tawag yun? Mas may alam sa OSHA, ganun ba?
Yung sa sleeping pattern po direct, kung ilang beses po silang natutulog sa isang araw po direct.
O bakit nga may kinalaman yan?
Sa mga studies po kasi direct, sinasabi nila kapag yung mga nahihirapan pong matulog sa gabi, yun yung prone po na drowsy sila sa in a day. Kaya po parang they're like mas prone po sila na mag-hear po about sa mga sleep ganon, snoring ganon, tsaka sa mga nagli-lead po na sign and symptoms po ng OSA direct.
So, hindi, ang tinatanong kasi dito anak, may kinalaman ang sleeping pattern sa knowledge. Paano mo ililink yan ngayon? Ang sinasabi mo dito ay may mga puyat, may mga hindi puyat, may mga maraming tulog. Ang sinasabi mo, yung mga maraming tulog, mas may alam sa OSA kaysa yung isa mga kokonti ang tulog. Tama ba?
Hindi po direct. Yung pong mga kulang yung tulog direct.
Yung mga kulang ang tulog, mas mataas ang kaalaman nila sa OSA.
Yes po.
Bakit?
Usually po, sila po yung mga nagsisik po ng mga information about po sa mga kung bakit po sila ganito, ganyan po direct.
Nakita mo na kung bakit importante yung practice dito. Gets mo na? Yung ikaw na rin nagsabi, nagsisik sila ng kaalaman, nagtatanong patungkol dito, fina-follow nila yung advice ng ibang tao, kaya nga kulang talaga. Intindihan? Mababalanse sana natin to kung may practice talaga. Yung smoking naman, the higher the sticks they smoke, no? Ano naman ang kinalaman niya sa knowledge, sa OSA?
Yun sa ang result po namin direct kasi po, madami pong, ano kasi yun? Yung mga nagsismoke po, yung mga heavy smokers po, not knowledgeable po. Ay, hindi naman po not, parang least knowledgeable po sila dun sa risk factors po ng OSA. Kasi po, sa result po, sa mga heavy smokers po, hindi po sila naniniwala na may kinalaman po yung pag, for example, hindi kompleto yung tulog nila sa pag-inom po nila, direct ganun.
But that talks about attitude eh.
Ay, knowledge.
Yung hindi naniniwala. Nasa knowledge tayo. You see now, you be careful in research. Yung tumbok mo ay knowledge, hindi attitude, hindi practice. Hanapan nyo ng magandang justification. In fact, ang trend lang naman ng discussion mo, 3 lang naman ang i-discuss mo. Bakit may kinalaman ang employment status, ang smoking pattern at sleeping pattern? Period. Wala ka nang ibang i-discuss. Okay, next. So, I think you have to revise your discussion for table 4.1. Next, no? Asan yung table 4.2? So, you look at your objectives, please. And kindly bring me back to your objectives. Hanggang table 4.1 ka. May 4.1 ka, wala kang 4.2.
Direct, meron pong 4.2 direct.
Tingnan ko nga yung next na objectives mo. What is the attitude? What is the relationship between? Ayan. Profile. Wala ka ng ibang objective? Wala kang objective number 5? So is there a significant relationship lang between respondents' profile with that of their attitude and knowledge? Walang association between attitude and knowledge. Na meron yung isa. Sana pinag-merge na lang kayong dalawang grupo tapos kinumpleto na nga lang talaga natin. Baka na mas maganda pa yung resulta. Sige nga, kung anong meron yung isa, yun ang wala ka. Pero kung anong meron naman sa'yo, yung wala sa kanya. So, sige, bumalik ka sa table 4.2. Yung 4.2 mo naman, alin ang significant dito? Sleeping pattern lang. Attitude yan ha. Ang sinasabi mo kanina ay yung mga mahilig manigarilyo, poor ang regard nila, poor ang attitude nila sa OSA. Bakit? Poor. Bakit? Bakit?
Sa sleeping...
Sige nga, kasi...
Dun sa sleeping pattern po, sa attitude po nila, maganda po yung attitude po nung yung mga kompleto po yung tulog direct kasi yun po yung gusto nilang i-keep yung ganong direct parang
may literature na ganyan? Wala.
Meron po direct.
Ilagay nyo yan sa review of related literature. Feeling ko, kung ako ang mag-justify, feeling ko it's the other way around. Mas takot ngayon yung mga nag-i-snore, yung mga kokonte, naintindihan yung sleep. Doon sa sleep apnea. Baliktad, taliwas doon sa sinasabi mo na mas gusto nilang mas high yung regard ng mga buo ang tawag dito, ang tulog. Ay ako the way I assume it now kaya gusto ko ng literature is hindi, no? Mas takot ngayon kaya nagbibigay ng high regard, no? Yung mga puyat, laging puyat sa apnea as compared doon sa kompleto ang tulog. Maniniwala ka ba? Parang wala akong kausap.
Opo, direct.
Oh, see? Yung sinasabi ko, you forgot the power of triangulation. Kasi for example, ako, pag naririnig ako ng kasambahay kong nag-i-snore, kukwento nila yan sa akin the following day. Tapos saka ako, ganun ba? Saka ako sa-search kung ano yung mga predisposing factors bakit ako nag-i-snore. Do you think people will have to pay attention when for them it's not going to be a problem? No. Naintindihan? So, ganyan. No? Huwag kayong gumagawa-gawa lang ng conforme na inference. No? Kaya nga importante na tanungin nyo din importante yung word na triangulation para you infer. Sino ba yung mga ganito ang nakuha? Tanungin ko na nga lang sa kanya kung bakit ito ang response niya. O di at least naging honest to goodness. Yun pa yung sasabihin mo, no? Na, ito po kasi ang sinabi nila. While ito ang sinabi ng literature, ito po ang sinasabi ng mga apnik mismo. Okay, tapos. Okay. And then, the other of my recommendations in the first group, no, still will hold through until your chapter 5. Intindihan? Until your chapter 5. For me, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Direct. Ma'am Nancy? Nancy is back.
Yes, Ma'am Jinky, I have same question. Doon sa first group, dito sa second group. Pakisagot ako para medyo maganda naman yung ano natin, question and answer natin.
Ma'am, ano po kasi yung mga respondents po namin is 40 to 65 years old. So, risk factor po kasi ng OSA po ay yung age po. Sinasabi po na habang tumatanda po or yung mga mataas po yung risk nila po sa pag-OSA. Tsaka din sa mga 60 po na mga 65 dahil sa mga yun na po. Dahil po sa aging din po, ma'am, parang yung sa pathofish in terms of patophy po kasi nakaka-affect po yung aging po sa anatomical structure po ng individuals po yun, ma'am.
Anatomical structure siguro dahil sa BMI nila, pwede rin. Tapos yung disorder, let's say for instance, madalas may tonsillitis ang tao, di ba? Madalas na ano ba tawag dito? Halimbawa, sabi kanina sa grupo, cardiovascular disorder, hindi aging 'yun. As you go aging, ibig sabihin marami kang disorder sa pwedeng ma-develop that could lead to OSA. Pero ang problema ko ngayon, sa kanita, ang ano kasi natin, kung magkakaroon sana tayo ng study, is there is ano ba tawag dito, yung research na or census na lang, pagpalagay mo census na prevalent ang ano doon, ang OSA dito sa karitan na ito. Bakit kaya, di ba? Kaso wala, di ba? Para lang kayong nag-KA lang, oy, alam mo ba yung OSA? Parang oo, hindi, parang ganun. Not unless na maganda sana dito, nagkaroon, ang gusto ko pa sana kung gusto rin lang ninyo magganyan, nag-census ka na lang sana sa buong RT or sa co-interns mo based on malampati scoring. Tama ba ako? O, tingnan mo, ang dali-dali nun. Tama ba ako? Ano ma-comment mo, Miss Tapiro?
Yes po, ma'am. Tama po.
Oh, mas maganda pa sana yun. At least na masabi mo na, uy, ang dami palang candidates for OSA dito sa BSRT interns na to, based of malampati. Or sana tinignan mo na lang, iniskoran mo na lang sana yung based on malampati scoring, yung itong mga middle-aged individuals na ito sa Karitaan. At least makakakuha ka ng census doon na mayroon palang possibility na majority of the respondents ay magkakaroon candidate for OSA. Di ba? Kasi Ma'am Jinky, ang malampati scoring, Ma'am Jinky, meron ka number of fingers na ipasok eh. And yung presence ng tonsillitis mo, yung, di ba sabi, naalala mo, have you experienced Ma'am Jinky na kapag meron nagpapa-check up ang mga bata because of yung sa lalamunan na mamaga, they say labas nila yung dila nila tapos makikita yung tonsils, tama ba ako?
Yes, ma'am.
So dito sa malampati, Ma'am Jinky, habang hindi mo nakikita ang tonsils niya, yung degree niya, yun ang severity ng pagkaka-possibility na may OSA ang patao. Yun. Yun ang malampati scoring. So madali lang, di ba? Ipapasay, ganun lang nila. So once nakita nila, di ba? So, pwede nilang matest doon. Dito kasi, parang ginawa lang na allergic rhinitis ang OSA. Kaya, hindi masyadong, kumbaga ang hirap kasi na tatama yun, naniniglect ang OSA, which is very much, may possibility tayo na tayo may OSA na pala without us knowing it. Tama yun. So, yung sa educational dissemination nito. So maganda sana ito kung talagang mas natinulungan nila yung mga respondents sila or yung mga tao regarding OSA. Kaya hindi ko makita ang ano dito, bakit ginanito ang OSA. Feeling ko si Sir Nico tumatawa siya ngayon. Si Sir Nico ba advisor nito, Sir Kelvin?
Sir Nico po.
Tinan mo.
Hello, Sir Nico.
Hello, hello ma'am.
Maganda sana yun, Sir Nico.
Yes, ma'am. Sa next next
study na lang.
Next study na lang.
Pero talagang
i-recommend na lang nila.
I-recommend na lang nila. Tama yun. Yun lang kasi kaya hindi ko masyadong maano itong ganito. Yun lang naman ang tanong ko, Ma'am Jinky. Na sana naman magmumuni-muni yung mga researchers kung ano itong mga ginagawa nila. Alam ba talaga nilang ginagawa nila o hindi?
Thank you so much, Ma'am Nancy. Wala din kaming ma-comment dyan kasi pang RT talaga to. So kayo ang nakaka-relate dyan nila, Sir Nico. Ma'am Bea, may additional comments ka? Na-send ko na sa kanila kay EJ ko, na-send yung comments mo.
Ayun. Usually naman, naririnig ko si Ma'am Nancy. Usually kasi, when we do conduct research, alamin kasi natin talaga kung ano significance. Yun din ang question ko, bakit ka magsusurvey from the middle-aged adults, no? Maganda sana kung kayo pala yung may public health concern, hindi pala yung kabilang grupo. Kita mo, na-mix ko na kayong dalawa. Ngayon, since nasabi nyo nga na public health concern siya, ang tanong dyan, bakit sa middle-aged? Ang nakalagay lang doon sa review of related literature nyo ay risk factor ang aging. You did not say anything else other than aging is a risk factor. Now, in that sense, bakit middle-aged people ang kinuha nyo as a respondents? So, maganda sana kung dinidiscuss natin siya, ine-emphasize natin siya sa paper nyo. Yung review of related literature nyo, yun ang nawawala sa review of related literature ng kabilang grupo. Kasi dito meron kayong description ng obstructive sleep apnea. Description includes yan yung mga pathophysiology, risk factors, etc. Pero sa inyo, wala naman kayong nilagay na related researches regarding yung sa ano ang relationship ng profile variables sa sleep apnea. Although some are incorporated sa description, yun. Ano pa ba? Nalito na rin ako kung ano ang ano ko dito. Saan na ba yung mga yun? Siguro yung presentation ng table, I don't know if it's a rule in CSU, pero pag nag-present kasi tayo ng table, dapat hindi siya broken. Dapat kung as much as possible, nasa iisang papel lang siya. Okay? So, walang problema, hindi natin kailangang lakihan masyado ang table or may spacing siya. Yung spacing niya is masyadong madami, gano'n. As long as it's readable. So, parang I don't know if it's a rule na para maganda yung presentation ng paper nyo, huwag nyo siyang i-broken. Yung alam nyo yun, table 1 ito, tapos merong additional table dun na nakikita sa kabilang page. Hindi siya magandang tignan. So isang page lang siya ng papel. Kumbaga, yun yung table ninyo. Okay? Ano pa ba ang mga comment ko dito? Kagabi ko kasi ito ginawa kaya hindi ko na matandaan kung alin dito. Ayun. Meron ako nakalagay dito na kindly please expound what it means by moderately knowledgeable. Sample, nilagay ko dito is sample, may sinabi kayo kanina na most of them are literate or exposed sa social media information or something based on the above results nyo. So kapag sinabi nyong moderately knowledgeable, anong ibig sabihin niya? What makes them moderately knowledgeable? So i-relate natin siya sa mataas ba yung kanilang mga educational attainment. Tingnan nyo this is, I don't know if it's, hindi ko alam kung anong figure of speech niya ito. Yung police kanina, lack of knowledge. Samantalang yung ibang mga nandito na some of them are, I don't know if they are college graduate, all of them are college graduate. Sa mga respondents nyo na 40 to 65, sila may knowledge. Pero yung police na all of them are college graduate, lack of knowledge. So, 'di ba? Parang magtataka ka. Why? Bakit ganun ang naging resulta? So, anuhin natin, alamin natin kung anong ibig sabihin ng moderately knowledgeable na yan. Meron pa ba akong ibang comment? Yun lang. Pakibasa na lang sa manuscript nyo kung ano yung mga comments ko, nalagtawan ko na lahat. Pero mostly naman nung sinabi nila Ma'am Nancy, pangalan nun, ni Sir Julius, na-observe din doon sa binigay kong comment sa inyo. So yun lang. Yun lang Ma'am Ziki, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bea. Again, congratulations to this group and to your advisor as well. A few comments from me. Most of it nasabi na nila Sir Julius. Si Ma'am Nancy, wala akong ganung comment kasi pang RT talaga siya. Pero nasabi na rin ni Ma'am Bea. So for your, yung first question ko is on your title, it really struck me din nung nakita ko middle age and then tatanong ko din sana kay Suzen na may senior kayo dito. So same observation as kay Sir Julius. So change that. Also naka-proposal stage pa rin yung title ninyo nakalagay doon. So kindly check yung ating template and format for that. Also for your approval sheet, change yung mga panel members nyo dito. And for ito, tama yung abstract na nakita ko dito. You started with OSA. But then, for the abstract, it's normally one paragraph only. Although, hiwa-hiwalay, watak-watak talaga yun. So, when you read literatures, articles, makikita nyo na yung abstract nila, if not all, majority, isang paragraph lang yun. And then, ang ating, yes, may mga list of ano sila. The same as the other groups, meron pa rin mga problems with in-text citations. And ito yung group na hindi ko alam, iba ata yung template na ginamit nyo, pang masteral ata. But yung template natin for undergrad, makikita nyo na the background of the study, the ano siya sa left part. Wala siya sa gitna. And then, yung binigay ko sa inyo. So, makikita nyo yun. Yun. tanggalin ulit yung level of knowledge because you use yes or no dito sa questionnaire nyo, tama? So we don't have level here. We have level of attitude. Number 4 is okay. Wala talaga kayong number 5. Hindi siya pina-include ni Direct, yung objective na yon, to look at the relationship of the knowledge and attitude or the correlation, the association. Meron bang pinadagdag na ganon? Kung wala, we make it complete for this group. Nalagyan nyo ng number 5. Ipaparan nyo lang naman yun. You have already the data. Meron naman na kayo nun. Then, mga clerical errors natin, dalawa yung figure. Again, the template for the significance of the study, kayo lang ang ganito ang template. And the definition of terms ninyo, these are all like dictionary definition. Convert it to operational definition. So makikita nyo in sentence form lahat ng sa mga classmates ninyo. Makichismis kayo sa mga papel nila, you open it, okay? Yung mga naglalagay dyan. And then, the same sa chapter 2 ninyo, andito naman lahat, yung mga babaguhin nyo na citations. Ganun. Let's jump to chapter 3. Ano to? Yeah, nilagay nyo ulit dito na kayo ay nag-pilot, nag-test for reliability, wala ulit for the Cronbach's alpha. And then, ito, meron kayong verbal interpretation of the percentages for the knowledge. So, kayo ay not yung dichotomous. Pero pareho kayo ng statistician nung naunang group.
Hindi po. Yung po yung una naming stat, pero nagbago po kami po kasi yung sa yung mga results po sa figures, hindi po nagtutugma po dun sa overall knowledge po. Kaya nag-seek po kami ng ibang stat.
Okay. Edi you change dun sa ating link kung sino yung, kung dalawa silang statistician nyo, you put also there.
Okay po, ma'am.
Kailangan nating ilagay yon. So yun, napansin ko, yung sa inyo naman is meron kayong interpretation ng percentages. So, pero, wag din tayo maglalagay ng not knowledgeable. That's why I'm asking you kung asan yung inyong adapted questionnaire so that you can check kung paano nila inanalyze nito. Kasi for sure, low knowledge, ganun lang. Pero hindi yung wala talaga at all na knowledge ang nakalagay. So kindly check, double check, kasi hindi ko din makita kung asan dito kung saan yung inadapt yung paper. So hindi natin makita kung saan, hindi namin mabalikan kung saan namin pwedeng tingnan kung paano nila inanalyze ito. And then yan, strongly agree. And same dito, makikita nyo dito sa comments ko, hindi kasi dapat naka-double space yung table natin. Naka-double space yung mga narrative part natin, pero the table is not. So, parang hindi broken yung table ninyo. Makikita nyo lang siya na nasa isang page lang kasi mahirap i-check. And then, same observation as the other group, kailangan natin ng kwento even sa variables. That's why kailangan natin malaman yung variables nila kasi titingnan natin sasabihin nyo kung ako ay female, ano naman ang kinalaman ko sa OSA na study ninyo. So, you interpret it that way. Meron laging kinalaman. You make a story out of that. And then, lahat, especially itong clinical profile, wala akong nakikita. I-discuss nyo kung ako ba ay may asthma. According to literatures, mas prone ako sa ganito. Andito obesity ninyo, andito. So, dapat ilalagyan nyo lahat yon. You ask that for may purpose yung pagtanong nyo ng mga questions na yon. Even the lifestyle and habits, same. And then for the knowledge, similar to the other group kanina, dapat discuss ito according to categories. Kaya natin pinaghiwa-hiwala yung signs and symptoms, yung prevention and something, mga ganito. Yun yung wala, and then na-discuss na kanina ni Sir Julius yun kung paano nyo gagawin. The total, the trend, discuss, yung high and low. Actually, low lang ang sinabi ni Sir Julius. Pero normally, we also discuss kung ano yung mataas nila. Pero not of that importance kasi gusto natin makita yung low nila so that yung mabibigyan natin ng recommendation soon. And then, that's why sabi ko, lahat dapat ng statement dun na-touch ninyo. Dun sa discussion ninyo. So, discuss more, discuss with those with the highest F, ang nakalagay ko dito kasi naka-incorrect responses kayo. Sino yung mga may incorrect responses? Same hanggang sa dulo yon. And then for the summary table nyo on knowledge, you don't put na the column on interpretation. Dapat yung naka-legend siya, yung nakalagay dun sa methodology nyo, the last part, yung may kung ilang percent yung ganito, not mga. So, dapat ito lahat makikita dito sa inyong discussion. The text after the table. So, nakita nyo, one paragraph lang yung text nyo after that summary table, pero dapat ito may pinakamarami. You will discuss also the ranking. Saan sila may pinakamataas ang knowledge? Sa signs and symptoms ba? So that kapag gagamitin ito na basis for health information promotion, health promotion, for example, alam nila kung saan nila i-highlight sa mga tao yung about sa OSA. Kasi mas kukunti pala ang knowledge nila on the prevention and control. So yun ang dapat ang i-highlight. Or mas konti ang knowledge nila on pathophysiology, the causes. So yan yung i-highlight. So you can make ranking. Depende sa inyo kung paano nyo i-discuss yun. You can make ranking. You can talk about each of those parts already in general. Then sa attitude nyo, hindi ko na masyado narinig kung anong sinabi ni Sir Julius kanina doon. But yung last part, all like the verbal interpretation, dapat ang andoon is yung descriptive value natin, the strongly agree. Yung ibang is we usually recommend na pang-apat na column itong verbal interpretation. But kung wala yung pang-apat na column yun, dun dapat siya sa discussion. Dun yung sasabihin na most of the respondents agreed that or believe that most of the respondents are afraid that they might have if they will not reduce weight. This is dun yung sasabihin na it's a good attitude, it's a very good attitude, dun yung sasabihin sa discussion ninyo. Pero not dun sa, unless meron kayong may pinagkuhanan kayo ng legends, na if it's strongly agree and it's 1 to 1.8, it means that it's a very good attitude. Mga ganun ba? Kung wala, you have to insert it sa discussion part. Sa discussion part. Ano po nilagay ko dito? Change to attitude questions. Not change the questions. Convert lang yung mga statements to make it an attitude question. I think nasabi ni Sir Julius din kanina. And then summary on result of relationship, ito, same, wala dapat yung interpretation na no significant relationship, lahat nakalagay. Wala yung column na yon. Yung may naka-asterisk lang sa baba kayo, asterisk significant nakalagay. So alam na ng reader nun na ang significant lang dun sa mga tinest ninyo is the employment status. May asterisk kayo dun, hindi naman nakalagay kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng asterisk na yun. So baba ng table, asterisk significant, yung interpretation wala na dapat lahat yun. And then you discuss thoroughly bakit siya significant. Significant in what way? Yung in-explain mo kanina, Susan, kay Direk. Bakit significant si attitude sa knowledge sa employment status? Bakit significant sa smoking status? Bakit significant sa sleeping pattern? And then back it up with the literature citations. Same as dun sa attitude nila. And then merong missing kung si attitude ba nila ay correlated or associated sa kanilang knowledge. So, ibig sabihin, papalitan nyo yung summary conclusions nyo, especially the recommendations part. okay na tong recommendations ninyo, but then we want yung mga pinakamataas dun sa, for example, sa prevention and something, sa risk factors, meron kayong specific recommendation doon. At tutumbasan nyo lahat yung mga yun sa recommendations niyo. Yun lang for my part. Meron bang final comments ang ating advisor, Sir Nico?
Ma'am, nawala po si Sir Nico, nag-brownout daw po sa kanila.
Okay, sige, kayo na lang. Meron kayong clarification, comments, mga anak? Group 2?
Wala naman so far.
Si Suzanne wala. Others, Emmer, Precious, Lyra, and Gwyneth. Kung si Gwyneth pala na to si Tamayaw. Sino si Tamayaw? Sabi ko.
Sorry po. Sorry po, ma'am. Dun sa food.
Yeah, okay lang. Normal, nila. Gusto kasi nila, kung asan yung nakapin, yun yung pupuntahan nila.
Yun nga po, Ma'am M, nagre-reklamo po sila na i-drop ko na po. Ang bilis po nilang na i-drop na lang po, ganun po. Kaya yun po.
Yun. Anyway, normal nila yun. Kailangan kung saan, dapat alam mo talaga kung taga saan kami para mapin mo dun sa location. Okay, question, Gwyneth?
Wala naman.
Ira, may question?
Wala naman po.
Wala na. Okay, if there are no more questions, na-send ko na kay EJ, na-send ko na yung comments namin ni Ma'am Bea kay EJ. Hopefully, this one is recorded naman sa ating YouTube, pero gagawa pa rin itong last group natin ng summary of the recommendations. Kasi yun ang pag-checkan, pag i-check ang inyong draft 2 ng papel ninyo. I will check kung lahat ng i-recommend nila direct, nila Ma'am Bea, nila Ma'am Nancy ay side by side na i-check nyo ba. So, yung group nila Larissa, alam yan kasi that's how I check yung kanilang pinasa na papel nung last time. So, I had to give it back kasi asan yung comment ni ganito, bakit hindi nyo pa rin na-incorporate. So, that's why I'm asking for the recommendations kasi alangan panoorin ko ulit lahat ng ating discussion. Diba? Ang dami ninyo. Anyway, congratulations again to the group. May we have the last group, Christina?
Thank you for your comments and suggestions, our dear panelists. So now, may I call on the last group to present for today's events, the group 3B.
So good morning, our dear panelists, our research advisors, and to our co-researchers. I am Clisha Charmin R. Pagkayan, and together with Lorinda Barisi, and we will be presenting our study entitled Pandemic Pedagogy, Challenges and Opportunities in the College of Allied Health Science Courses at Cagayan State University. We are together with our group mates, Monica Apostol, Marie Princess Baltazar, and Queenie Bakuli. Next slide, please. So, due to the emergence of COVID-19, many schools and instructors started to transform their classroom into virtual environments. This transition required the use of the modern audio and video conferencing technology. Potential troubles and difficulties incorporate poor web-based showing foundation, a lack of instructor planning, a data hall, and a perplexing home climate. Moreover, College of Allied Health Sciences utilizes an assortment of on-the-web learning devices that incorporate Google Meeting, Zoom Meeting, YouTube, and Lens to adjust the assumptions for the understudies with the push from the College Board to work more intelligent and in more practical manner. Furthermore, according to William in 2006, Although there has been extensive research regarding distance education in various allied health professions, little has recently investigated these studies collectively to provide information regarding effective online instruction and its design components. Next slide, please. So let's move on to statement of the objectives. In general, the aim of this research is to determine the pandemic pedagogy, challenges and opportunities in College of Allied Health Science courses at Cagayan State University's College. This research will specifically be sought to answer the following questions. Number 1, what are the characteristics of the College of Allied Health Sciences teachers in terms of A, demographic profile, which includes age, civil status, sex, number of children, and age of children in years. Letter B, teaching profile, which includes highest educational attainment, academic rank, field of specialization, internet connection at home, platform used for discussion and administering quizzes, tests or exams, delivery of instruction, and internet connection. Number 2, what are the challenges and opportunities that the teachers encountered in pandemic pedagogy during the pandemic? Number 3, what is the profile of the students of the College of Allied Health Sciences in terms of A, demographic profile, which includes age, sex, program, year level, and time spent during pedagogy? And lastly, what are the students' perception regarding the pedagogy of the teachers of the College of Allied Health Sciences at Cagayan State University? Next slide, please. So let's go on to methodology. We, the researchers, used the Slovin's formula to get the acceptable and target sample size for the CAS students. Then, we adopted a questionnaire to serve as a guide and was validated by the expert. Next is, we asked permission from the college dean for the conduct of the study. After receiving approval, we sought the assistance of the college dean in compelling the teachers to participate in their interview. Then lastly, we then gathered the data for teachers through one-on-one interview and Google Forms for the student. After the data gathered, we organized and coded the data for analysis. Next slide, please. So these are some of our pictures taken during our face-to-face interview and during our online interview. Next slide. So let's move on to results and discussion. So table 1 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of teachers in terms of social demographic profile, which includes age, which shows that majority of the respondents are 31 to 40 years old. Then as to civil status, married is the majority. Then as to sex, female is the majority. Then in number of children, majority answered none. And in age of children, majority of their children are 5 years old. Next slide, please. So table 2 shows the frequency and percentage distribution of teachers in terms of teaching profile, which includes highest educational attainment, academic rank, year started teaching, year started in their designation, time spent in preparing for the lecture, field of expertise, platforms for discussion, platforms for exams, devices, internet connection, and pedagogy. Next slide, please. So, next is the challenges and opportunities encountered by teachers. So during interview, we found out that the challenges being encountered by the respondents which affect their teaching performance. We extracted the answers of the respondents and revealed that some of the teachers experience environmental factors, which includes responsibility to a family member, noise caused by the surroundings, and limited technological skills, preparation of modules and new teaching strategies appropriate with online class, no boundaries in work and school due to consultations, lack of real interaction with the students to check their learning, unclear communication, lack of resources, and overload of work due to less part-time teachers. So we also found out that there are opportunities that are encountered by teachers in their chosen pandemic pedagogy, as they have said that there are things that affect their performance and quality of pedagogy in positive way. So we extracted the answers of the respondents and revealed that more work can be done with the proper time management, easier communication with just one tap away. Pandemic pedagogy tools helps in the delivery of instruction, development of technological skills, enjoyment in teaching using pandemic pedagogy, interesting because of new learning to be imparted to the students. Pandemic pedagogy increases efficiency of teachers. And lastly, pandemic pedagogy is beneficial to teachers' employment.
So in Table 3 reveals the results of the profile variables of the respondents in terms of age, sex, course program, year level, and time spent in online learning. In terms of age, it presents that age 21 dominated the list with 28.4%. Moreover, the table indicates the study is female dominated with 75.7% of the respondents. The table likewise conveys that BSMLS program dominated the list with a frequency of 182 or 57.4% of the respondents. For the year level, most of the respondents belong to the second year level with a frequency of 126 or 39.7% of the respondents. As for the time spent in online learning, most of the students spend more than 1 hour in online learning per day. Next slide po. In Table 4 presents the perception of the respondents in terms of synchronous learning pedagogy. Most of them somewhat agrees that synchronous learning provides the flexibility to the study and is more convenient. It also enhances their critical thinking skills and more efficient for them when learning. Next po. Table 5 presents the perception of the respondents on the pedagogy of their teachers in terms of asynchronous learning. It can be seen that students strongly agree that asynchronous learning provides more freedom in choosing an appropriate time to do the activities, flexibility to the study, and more convenient, and that they feel they are in control of their learning as they review the materials provided in asynchronous learning. Next po. Table 6 shows the perception of the respondents on the pedagogy of their teachers in terms of modular learning. The table shows most of the students somewhat agreed that modular provides flexible learning and is convenient for learning. On the other hand, some disagrees that they prefer it compared to the traditional mode of teaching because they are not satisfied from it. Next po. The perception of respondents on the pedagogy of their teachers in terms of blended learning are apparent in table number 7. The findings show that most of the students think that blended learning is more relevant and appropriate. Overall, the findings reveal that most of the students prefer blended learning than the other pedagogy. This indicates that blended learning had a high level of satisfaction perception compared to the other pedagogy. Next po. So, for our conclusion, based on the findings, the researchers concluded that the teachers have many challenges and opportunities encountered due to the abrupt change from traditional classes to online learning. Challenges encountered were due to, first, environmental factors, which includes responsibility to a family member and noise caused by surroundings. Second, limited technological skills. Third, preparation of modules and teaching strategies appropriate with online class. Fourth, no boundaries in work and school due to consultations. 5. Lack of real interaction with the students to check their learning. 6. Unclear communication. 7. Lack of resources. And 8. Overload of work due to less part-time teachers. Next po. On the other hand, pandemic pedagogy also showed opportunities that being encountered by the teachers, and this includes more work can be done with proper time management. Second, easier communication with just one tap away. Third, helps in the delivery of instruction. Fourth, development of technological skills. Fifth, enjoyment in teaching. Sixth, interesting because new learnings to be imparted to students. Seventh, increases efficiency of teachers, and 8. Beneficial to teachers' employment. Finally, students' perception revealed that despite the findings showing somewhat agree on various pandemic pedagogies, blended learning was the preferred pedagogy for them because they were willing to learn with blended learning and studying using this pedagogy since it provides flexibility to study at a time convenient to the learner. Next slide. So for the recommendation, this study provides information regarding the pandemic pedagogy challenges and opportunities in the College of Allied Health Sciences at Cagayan State University CAS students who experienced the abrupt shift of the traditional learning into virtual learning, were the participants and who completed the study. Thus, the following recommendations for a further research study are indicated below. First, to become more convenient and effective, the university must upgrade the LENS platform. Second, the university must give each department with Zoom accounts so that instructors can deliver their lectures at their own leisure. Third, the university must give each department with strong internet connectivity so that they can deliver lectures without any internet constraints. Fourth, it is essential for teachers to provide them with teaching allowances such as upgrading the teacher's Zoom account. Fifth, the university must conduct webinars especially for teachers over age 40 who are less technological competent when it comes to various teaching tools. Six, teachers must create boundaries by giving students a specific time on when to consult. Next po. So thank you so much for listening. To our dear panelists, we are now ready for your suggestions and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May we hear from our director? Andito na ba si Direct Julius? Wala pa ata. Ma'am Bea, you may... si Ma'am Nancy na muna. Pala, kasi si Ma'am Bea ang advisor niyo, right?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Nancy.
Ma'am Jinky,
Yes
ako magre-recommend lang ako kasi alam ko naman na ginawa nila na ang ginawa ng grupo ito yung kakayahan nila to get the
Makulit tong grupo na to
Ang gusto ko lang ma-recommend, pakibigyan ng copy ngayon ng University President ng resulta.
Actually, yan ang isa sa recommendation ko ay ma-present muna sa college natin, ma'am.
Yes,
during
tama
the college meeting. Kasi magpapa-college meeting si Ma'am Dorina dito.
Yes.
Pero I have lots of suggestions kung paano nila i-present ito. Kasi like yan, hindi natin masyadong na-capture yung mga magagandang results sana nila. So pag na-present sana, Ma'am Bea, ikaw ay pwedeng mag-present dito kasi ikaw ay advisor nila. So pag paano si Ma'am Dorina po ng meeting soon, pa-present naman kami nito, Ma'am. Ma'am
Oo,
Bea.
ma'am.
Oh, tama.
Actually, yun din sana ang gusto ko, inaantay ko sa panel, ko yung presentation. Kasi clearly, yung, ang dami kong comments dun sa paper nila, pero iniisip ko, mamaya
Pero
na.
advisor ka nila, kaya
Oo, hindi. Yung flow of, yung flow lang ng, kasi qualitative, most of your questions are qualitative from among your teachers. So, dapat kasi nagkukwento siya ng bakit ganito, bakit ganyan. So, may reason behind, parang ganon. Yun yung gusto nating makita sana sa paper. Kaso, medyo magulo lang ng konti yung papel. And, pasensya na ha, syempre tiga-cast kami. Punta nga kayo dun sa demographics namin, socio-demographic profile. I mean, kilala namin ang bawat isa. Alam namin kung ilang anak meron kami, kung anong taon. No. Socio-demographic na table, yung results nyo. Yan. Stop ka dyan. Kagaya niyan. Number of children. 5 faculty ang may, okay lang pala to, 5 faculty ang may isang anak. 4 na faculty ang may 2 anak. 4 na faculty ang may 3 anak. And then, 1 faculty ang may 4 na anak. Okay lang to. Although, hindi ko sure kung tama yung number nyo. Pero pagdating ng ages, 7 faculty ang may 1-year-old na anak. Kailan nyo kinandak tong study na to?
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Baka si Ma'am Nancy yung isang may 1-year-old na anak dito.
Actually, wala pa months old pa lang eh.
Ay, wala pa pala.
Oo, nakakaloka kasi wala kaming faculty ka. Ang alam ko, last year nyo to ginawa first semester. Tama ba? And as far as I'm concerned, wala kaming faculty na may 1-year-old na anak. Wish lang yan ni Ma'am Jinky Chua.
Diba? Anak, really yan. Wala. Kasi nag-usap na kami kanina ni Ma'am Bea. Walang may 1-year-old. Walang kakapanganak. Si Ma'am Nancy lang, pero months old pa lang yung anak niya.
Oo.
So, baka si Sir Julius, si Chantal, baka 1-year-old to. Hindi ko alam.
Kaya nga, mukhang epic naman ito.
Oo. Hi, Sir Julius.
Pakitignan nyo na lang, guys. Kasi
lalo na yung represent yan ni Ma'am Bea.
Hindi talaga to tama. Wala talaga kaming faculty na may mga 1-year-old na anak. As of now. Ang pinakabata ay si Ma'am Lily. Tama ba? Pero 2 years old. Magtutu.
Oy! Ano naman, masyado kayong nag-assume. Baka naman may mga anak sila, Sir Nico, Ma'am Krisha, Sir Colin. Kayo talaga. Ginawa nilang sikreto yun.
Baka.
Meron ba kami mga anak sila yun, ha? Mga sinake.
Matanda ka na. Kwento ito, dalag.
Ay, Diyos ko.
O, yun. Siguro yun. Game.
Nung sa age of children pa naman, hindi po namin napansin, pero po may mga i-edit na lang po namin yan, ma'am, kasi hindi po tama talaga.
Tama. Hindi talaga siya tama, anak ko.
I-edit po namin yan. Thank you.
Okay. Yun lang naman na napansin ko sa demographic profile. Patingin nga ako nung isa pa. Next. Ang liliit naman nito. Ayan, time spent in preparing for the lecture. Ano to? Lecture ng per subject? Per course? Tama ba? Lecture ng per course?
Yes po, ma'am.
Per course. Oo. Sige. Mas okay siguro kung antayin mo. Andito na si Sir Julius, no? Siya muna.
Sir Julius.
Direct.
Para mabawasan yung kokomentan natin.
Oo.
Sige, punta muna tayo sa face niyo bago tayo mag-deal dyan. Kasi nakakahiya na i-discuss natin ito sa faculty. Tapos biglang ganito. Objective sa statement of the problem. No, saan tayo?
Ayan na yung 1-year-old.
Ito yung anak ko. Okay, hindi. Okay na yung tag dito. Sa socio-demographic profile, age, civil status, sex, number of children, age of children. Pedagogy. Okay. Teaching profile. Teaching profile, highest field, internet platform use. What are challenges and opportunities during the pandemic? Alam, tinan nyo yung yung profile number 3. Yung profile number 3, students of CAS. Intindihan? Bakit natin sila kailangan i-profile? Siguro, yung profile ng students ng CAS, balik ka nga sa title, tingnan ko nga. Ay, wag na. Ito na pala. Challenges and opportunities. College. Ano ito? Bakit? Pandemic Pedagogy Challenges and Opportunities in the College of Allied Health Sciences of Cagayan State University. Ganun lang, di ba? Bakit may college ulit doon? Tanggalin mo ng college doon sa last. Tapos, yung, I think, ganito kasi, sa research, when you talk about profile variables, dapat magkasunod yan. So, what is the profile of the College of Allied Health Sciences? Under the profile of the College of Allied Health Sciences, hindi yung teacher lang ang ipo-profile mo. Maintindihan? So number 1 would be the faculty profile. Number 2 would be students profile. Number 3 would be community partnerships. Kasi stakeholders sila. Naintindihan saan nag-i-intern. Community, for example, extension program, internship, no? Instructional partners, example, sa public health, meron silang NC2 sa yung dating Canadian char ba? Ganun, yung sa kanilang, ano nang tawag doon? Meron silang course, di ba? May NC2, Healthcare Service NC2.
Caregiving.
So, ganun yung dapat na pag-profile natin. Okay, what is the profile of the College of Allied Health Sciences in terms of letter A, faculty, letter B, students, letter C, partner organizations, letter D, yung mga ganon, yung pag-profile nyo. Do you understand? Hindi yung ganito. Gets? Kasi there are yung research, yung linkages natin, linkages for extension, linkages for instruction, linkages for research, linkages for internship. Kasama din yan. Okay? Ang importante sa faculty profile, for example, hindi lang yung age, civil status, sex, number of children, hindi lang yan. Meron tayong tinatawag na, for example, di ba, area of specialization, meron din tayong tinatawag na area of retooling. Okay? Ano yung area of retooling? No? For example, may mga other specializations kami na hindi vertical dun sa mga natapos. Example, si Ma'am Vilma,
Isa siyang public health. Pero kung titignan mo ang track record niyan, AB English yan. Tapos midwife pa siya. Okay? Naiintindihan nyo ba? May mga area of retooling. Sino pang mga na-retool sa amin? Example, si Ma'am Loretta. I think Loretta is social science na retool sa Filipino. Si Rafi, sino yun? Rafael Kawilan. Engineering na retool physics. Gets? Hi? Bakit kailangan ko yun? No? It's putting a round hole in a square peg. And there might not as well be a problem if we were retooled in a way, no, that our field of specialization is being upgraded by the trainings we have, by the education that we have. For example, Rafi Kawilan is engineering, but I think his master's is MA in physics education. Parang ganun, no? Hindi ganito ang pag-profile sa teachers, no? Kasi pag pedagogy, pinag-uusapan yung character namin and our performance as teachers. And intrinsically, kailangan yung aralin kung ano kami as individuals. Example, nasaan sa faculty rank ang designations? Hindi nyo ba alam na dahil sa designations, mas nahihirapan kaming magturo. Kahit pa sabihin mong ako ang pinakamagaling na magturo sa dami ng ginagawa ko sa buhay ko, minsan hindi ko na kayang i-meet yung classes ko. Nasaan yan? Ganun, kaya nga sabi ko dapat kapag gawa ng questionnaire, it should have undergone the process of the real process of validation. Kasi marami kayong gray areas na wala dyan. These are the basic profiles. No? Ang iniisip nyo, kung maraming anak, hindi kami makapagturo, ay hindi kaya okay lang magkaanak ng madami. Ang problema, kapag hindi ka tinuruang magturo o ang tinuturo mo ay hindi mo naman alam, ituro. Yun yung problema. So faculty pa lang yan. Pagdating mo naman sa students, no? Sa students, gusto naming malaman nasaan yung mga strand ng students namin. Correct? Kasi wag niyong sabihin porteng allied health sciences ay puro STEM ang kinuha natin. I beg to disagree. Meron tayong mga gas, meron tayong mga ABM, meron ding, ewan ko kung meron, may UMS pa nga ata. Kasi you're talking about the profile, no, of the college. It's not talking about profile of a student in one program. Okay? Mga ganyan. Maraming nawawala dito sa mga profile variables. Ilan? Mami! Wait lang. Wait lang. Okay. Oh. Guys, naririnig. Sorry, hindi ko kayo masyadong marinig kasi nag-iba ata ng settings yung phone ko dahil may tumawag kanina. Diba? Diba? Guys, kaya? Naririnig nyo ba ako?
Yes po, Director. Audible.
Okay. So, sana yung mga ganong profile ang kinuha natin. For example, sa resources namin, ilan yung mga in-offer namin mga researches, ilan yung nagawa na naming mga manuals, ilan din yung nagawa na naming mga modules, okay. Ilan yung subject na tinuturo namin. Kasi kung ang position ng paggawa ng research na to is to enhance decision making in the college, yun mga importante. Bakit niyo ako bibigyan ng mga course, kunwari, subjects na ang dami-dami? O, di ba, knowing na meron akong designation. For example, bakit hindi niyo ako binigyan ng subject sa ganyang program? Ako ang specialist sa ganyang program. Mga ganun, no? parang doon tayo doon sana yung application, no, ng research na ito. Other than this basic profile, ang kailangan nating makita dito ay yung kabuuang profile ng allied health sciences. Sa mga students, di ba nasabi ko ng mga students kanina, about ilan ang scholars sa estudyante natin. Nandiyan naman lahat sa sa office. Naintindihan yung mga profile variables na to kasi sa PBB ranking at saka sa mga SUC leveling, nire-report naman namin ito. Okay? So, sana ganun, no? And then, yung what are challenges and opportunities? Sabi mo, it's a qualitative research, right? Hello?
Yes po, Direk.
Quali. Paano kayo nag-quali? Mixed method naman ito. Di ba? Kasi variable number 1, no? Quantity yan. Correct. Di ba? Ilang faculty ang lalaki, ilang faculty ang babae, ilan ang ganito nakatapos ng PhD, ilan ang correct.
Direct mix po yung sa amin, quali and quanti po.
Okay. So this is a mixed method research, which I believe is a sequential explanatory design. Right? Hello?
Yes,
explanatory ba? Okay. Bakit importante na ang design nyo ay sequential explanatory? Kasi dapat mong i-explain bakit ganon yung mga bakit ganon yung naging profile nila? Bakit naging ganyan yung number of loads nila? Bakit ang daming i-explain doon? What you are supposed to ask in your qualitative questionnaire must be borne out by your analysis of your quantitative variables. Okay? Hindi yung biglang nagtatanong out of nowhere. Because explanatory mean you proceed with quali, make a generalization, at least an impression muna, no? And then that should be backed up by the qualitative things that you should have had done. Ganon. Okay. Bigyan nyo nga ako ng isang challenge nila. Sige nga. Isa lang. Yung pinaka. Para mas maunawaan yung sinasabi ko. What is their greatest challenge?
Direct yung environmental factors po.
Ha?
Environmental factors po.
Example ng environmental factor.
For example po, direct, kung yung sa labas po, direct pag yung kapitbahay nyo nag-chainsaw po, parang naapektuhan din po yung pagtuturo nila kasi sometimes po yung ibang mga teachers nagvi-video pa po bago ina-upload or kapag yung schedule po nila ng lecture din po direct na apektuhan.
Bakit ko tinanong? Kasi pag explanatory ang design, paano tayo humantong sa questions on environment? Hindi naman natin tinanong yung profile ng faculty, kung saan siya nagtuturo, yung tools niya sa pagtuturo, kung na-train ba siya sa pagtuturo ng ganung tools. Ano yung preference, di ba? Kahit sabihin mong mag-LMS, minsan may lens kami, minsan nag-edmodo kami, minsan instead na nagle-lens, nag-GC na lang. Minsan, naintindihan. So parang ganun, no? Dapat may kinalaman yung mga qualitative questions sa results ng ating quantitative, no? Kasi sinuulit ko, ang purpose ng profile ay kilala rin nyo kung sino yung mga respondents nyo. Yun yung tulong ng profile variable. So parang ang nangyari, hindi naman talaga natin inaral. Yan yung character ng ating mga respondents. Okay. Now, balik tayo sa, for example, ewan ko kung anong sasabihin ng panel. Kasi kung ito po ay
Ang recommendation ni Ma'am Nancy ay i-present nyo. Pero this is not ready for presentation. Kung ganito siya ka-flimsy, wala akong madededuce dito. I'd rather, kung ako pa rin ang dean, tatanungin ko na lang diretso ang teacher, ano ba talagang problema mo? Yun na lang. Kasi hindi natin nakuha yung actual inference dun sa profile variables. Wala tayong evidence. Naintindihan na ganun nga yung takbo dapat ng mga tanong sa quantitative. Dun sa challenges, anong ginamit ko dito? Di ba sabi ko qualitative? When we talk about challenges and opportunities, you do not label them as environmental factors or whatsoever. No. Gusto ng anak ko, my God. In writing qualitative researches, there must be what we refer to as themes. Nasaan yung mga themes dito? When you are going to embark with a qualitative research, one of the skill that you have is good writing skills. Like, kung ako ito, I recommend pumunta kayo kay Sir J. Asuncion at lists, no? And to let you be lectured on how you are going to cluster them per theme. Hindi mo ipapresent environmental factor, hindi, may tema. And on the results of your writing, kung ano yung sinabi ni teacher, i-quote nyo yung highlights niyan doon sa challenges, doon sa opportunities. Kung sinasabi niya, ay, yung dati ko kasing boss, no, bading na maarte, gano'n. Ilagay mo yan doon kung ako ang problema. Yan ang i-quote mo. Respondent 1, for example, RT department. Gano'n. Okay. Nasaan yung kwento nila? Yun yung hinahanap ni Ma'am Bea, wala. Naintindihan? So, kulang. So, gumawa kayo ng, tag dito, ng themes and subthemes. Hindi ito yung hinahanap natin. No? Bakit hindi ito yung hinahanap ko? Kasi kung tutusin, napaka-generic ng mga ito. And you know what? These are already the things that I would like that you will address in your recommendations. Okay? So bottom line, hanapin nyo yung aming mga publications sa core shelter na may quali. Hanapin mo yung aming publication sa COVID-19, although yun I think in-applyan pa lang pala namin last week. Kumuha ka ng publication ng mixed method at pagdating sa challenges nyo, issues and challenges, iba ang paghimay or paggawa ng report. No? Okay. Gets? Naintindihan? So ika-cluster nyo together. Sa team sa sinasabi ko, ika-cluster nyo together. Magka-clustering kayo dito. I think ang problema dyan would be unclear communication sa noise caused by the surroundings or, I don't know, ano pa ba ang meron dyan? Okay? Do you understand? So itong meron kayo dito kasi ay mga lists ng problems nila. Pero there is further analysis of this. Sa qualitative research, meron kaming software na ginagamit. Pero pwede rin naman na hindi mo na gamitin yung software. Kahit manual mo nang i-analyze yung teams, basta dapat alam mo yung paggawa. Naintindihan? So look for Sir J or if not, Ma'am Jen, or if not, si Ma'am Jinky, magpaano ka na lang sa kanya, magpa-coach ka na lang kung paano yung challenges and issues na sinasabi ko. Okay, next. Look at your next, please. Your objective number 4. What is your objective number 4? Your objective number 4 would be perception of students regarding pedagogy. May I ask, no? Paano nyo ito sinagutan? Yung student perception. Mean pa rin. So this is quanti. Quanti?
Yes po. Yes po.
Okay. So paano mo pinasagot yung perception nila on pedagogy? Can I see the questionnaire?
Hindi po na
Can I see table 4? I would like to see table 4. This is table 4.
Yes po, direct. Per ano po kasi, per pedagogy po yung pinag-answer.
Saan galing yung questionnaire na to? Bakit hindi sa na-cluster again? Ano yun? Perception on pedagogy, di ba?
Opo, direct.
Dapat kasi, kapag nag-perception ka, perception on pedagogy according to letter A, relevance, letter B, accessibility, letter C, may mga sub-areas kasi. Mahilig kayo sa chapsu, yun yung napansin ko. No? Can you do that for me? No? Kindly rearrange these statements, kindly cluster them according to themes. Okay na? Para mas madali natin, hindi mo siya pwedeng ipaghalo-halo, anak. Kasi nga sabi ko, the recommendations will be as good, no, as how you presented your data. Okay? So you would have, for example, no, pedagogy as to importance or relevance, pedagogy as to accessibility, pedagogy in terms of availability of resources, pedagogy in terms of mga ganon. Okay? Wag mong ihalo together. So hanapin mo. Okay, kung ano yung mga areas, kahit 3 clustering lang to. Tapos saka mo sila igrupo per category. Okay na? Category. Kaya sabi ko dapat Yes, saan ka? Hello? Oo. Yes, anak, bakit? Oo, hello? Hello? Bakit? Ton, di kita masagot. Hello? Sorry at may tumatawag. Anyway, yun yung gusto kong gawin nyo na lang dito. And then, paano ba? Ma'am Jinky, siguro ganoon na lang muna.
Direct?
Ma'am Jinky, tumatawag si Jess Tony. Paki-text mo nga siya, hindi ko siya masagot kasi nagkikritik ako.
Sige po.
How do you call it? Siguro ganun na lang muna, no? Yung mga group, kung kayo ay galing ng Tugigaraw, kasi gusto ko din na ma-maximize, ma-optimize yung research na to. Pero maraming gray areas talaga, no? Kesa i-present nyo to, ang presentation sana natin is something that, people could get to appreciate. Pero kung ganito ka-flimsy yung paper na marami pang technicalities, it still is unripe, naiintindihan for presentation. Okay? Kasi kung mapapansin niyo, yung mga pedagogy sa number 4 na ganyan, where will this lead us? Naiintindihan? So it still will have to boil down into what are the implications? How do we need to improve on this? Tapos, kapag perception, I'd rather na there should be 2 sides of the story that should have had been asked. If these are the perception of our students, will this be in agreement with the statement or the claim of your faculty? Baka naman hindi. Correct? So it should have had been like, we took the 2 sides of the coin para talagang mas generalized ang ating discussion. So siguro, pwede naman na hindi mo na pwedeng balikan kasi ano ka pala. Sabat pwede naman na ang recommendation ng advisor nyo, kasi konti lang naman ang mga teachers, pwede namang ibigay sa mga teachers kasi konti lang naman kami, tapos i-analyze, tapos perception study lang naman to. Okay? Kasi sa parlance ng research, ang perception study, siya yung pinakamababang uri. You have to accept that. Perception. Alam niyo yung perception, ibig sabihin, feel lang, keme-keme. Ano ba? Feel mo lang, ganon. Siya yung pinakamababang uri. Ngayon, in order to increase man lang yung power ng study, pwede bang 2 sides of the stories ang kunin mo? Wag lang tayong, kasi ang recommendation natin ay hawi lang dun sa perception ng mga students. Syempre, what about the teachers? It takes two to tango in the college, so to speak. Kaya mo nga sila pre-no-file together. Bakit ganon? Bakit iwanan naman na pala ito? Naintindihan? So, pre-no-file mo sila together sa objective number 1, tapos sineparate mo na sila sa objective number 2 at sa objective number 3. Okay. Ganun pa din, no? Kailangan kasi buong college yung number 1 mo, what I would like is i-profile mo yung buong cast, no? Faculty, students, tapos linkages. Tapos yung next mo would be, I think, issues and challenges, both students and faculty. Tapos perceptions, both students and faculty. Para balance. Okay. Proceed to objective number 4. May I see? Or objective number 5. After perception, what was the other thing you did?
Hanggang perception lang po siya direct.
Hello? Ano to? Bakit bumalik sa variables? Ayan. What is number 5? What is the last? What is the objective that gives the bang for this research? Wala?
Wala po. Hanggang
What are
objective 4 lang po.
Dapat number 3 and number 4.
Ang nangyari din dyan, within, no? Nung nagtanong ka na sa students ng tawag natin, ng perception nila regarding yung pedagogy, both faculty and students, ang susunod dapat doon is mag-recommend tayo ng for example ng enhancement, no, ng mga for example would be enhancement of the college development plan, no? Ganun lang. Propose an enhanced college development plan. Yun yung talagang kailangan mong gawin. Para saan ito? Diba? Siyempre, kailangan ng development plan base sa hango, sa problema ng students and faculty, pag-create tayo ng development. So, Ma'am Jinky, if I recommend, no, siguro pagkatapos lahat ng inputs nyo, papuntahin nyo rin estudyante sa akin para mahimay namin. Kung meron na sila dati, meron na silang ganito, but we cannot afford na hindi balanse talaga yung kwento. It needs that the other part of the story should be yielded pa din. Madali lang naman kasi we are talking about tasks, no? Madali lang immobilize, no, yung mga tasks. I-course through natin sa department chair, whether faculty or students, makukuha natin, intindihan yung kailangan nating data. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, Direct. Thank you po. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Ma'am Nancy. Meron nasabi naman ni Ma'am Nancy kanina yung kanyang comments. Ma'am Nancy. Sige. Si Ma'am Bea kanina yung nagko-comment. Ma'am Bea, to be continued by?
Yes, ma'am.
Kaya pa ba? Last group naman na.
Yes, ma'am. Hindi, siguro ganun nga po. If direct wants na both sides ang makuhanan natin ng perception, ang concern ko na lang, pati ba yung challenges and opportunities ng faculties, ma'am, magiging ano din, party ng question na yun is para sa mga students?
No more, kasi hindi nila masagot yun. Di ba may perception yung mga students? More on, itatanong natin sa mga students na additional is, anong recommendations nila? May opportunities kasi dun sa, ang tanong nila, dun sa questionnaire nila, sa mga faculty. Pero sa students, wala. Purely perception ang nakalagay doon.
Kasi doon sa perception, madali lang gawin para sa mga teachers. Kasi andyan naman na yung question, di ba? iti-tailor fit lang natin na yung teacher naman yung sasagot. So,
So ata Ma'am Bea, nahirapan sila nung mga teachers ang tatanungin nila nung last time eh. So, yeah, kung iaano naman during the meeting siguro ipapa-float ni Dean, madali siguro. Pero yun yung isa, I think, na nahirapan tong group na to, yung sa mga teachers. Hindi nila mahabol.
Hindi nila mahabol. Hindi, kung floating of questionnaires lang naman, ma'am, kung i-course through nila sa department chairs, siguro mas madali. Kasi ang ginawa nila itong mga to, di ba, nag-individual teachers sila.
Interview ang ginawa kasi.
Individual interview na teachers sila. So kung floating of questionnaires lang, okay lang tayo. Siguro, kakayanin naman siguro.
Mas maganda talaga class. Nag-absorb ng init ito.
Tapos, yun. Oo nga. Napansin ko rin, yung part ng, kunwari nagdi-discuss kayo tungkol sa environmental factors, no? Isang part yun ng comment ko, no? Na maybe, or di kaya yung other responsibility ng, if you are a faculty, you have an additional responsibility if nasa bahay ka kasi you have to attend to a family member, ganyan. So, some of the answers kasi doon is seen in the profile of the faculty. Like for example, ang mga faculty nyo is most of them are in the reproductive group. Tama ba? Reproductive age group. Therefore, yung mga anak nila, ganito palang kababata. Parang ganon. So, if they are in the house, uunahin syempre nila yung mga anak nila. For example lang yun. So, yun yung part na kailangan nating ikwento doon sa, isa pa yung part na, bakit 3 to 5 hours lang ang mga teachers gumawa ng lesson, parang ganon. Parang, ano ba yung background nila? Ilang preparations ba ang ginagawa nila? May other designations ba sila aside from teaching? Mga tipong ganon. Kasi all of those are factors that pose a challenge sa kanilang pagtuturo. Parang ganon. So, mag-set na lang kayo ng-meeting with direct, tanongin nyo kung kailan kayo pwede pumunta sa kanya para sa...
Ako anytime this week. Kasi nasa Baguio ako.
Okay. O anytime this week.
21 to 25 ka ba sa Baguio?
23. 24, I think 23 ako, ma'am. 23 to 20.
Okay. So, pwede ka pa naming guluhin before 23, ano? Sige po.
Yes.
Guys, 17 to 21, you can go to direct para
22. Hanggang 21 lang.
Okay. So, yun lang siguro, Ma'am Jinky.
Sige. Thank you, Ma'am Bea. For me, marami ako actually sabihin, pero although lagi naman na akong kinukulit nitong sila Jumari tsaka nila Monica. Direct, correct ako if I'm wrong dito. Sa kanila is not sequential explanatory, more on concurrent triangulation, mixed method design. Kasi pagtatambalin nila si qualitative and quantitative data nila, tulad ng sinasabi ni Ma'am Bea, na they have this quali, ito yung mga challenges nila. Tapos nakuha naman na nila yung kanilang ang tawag dun profile. Dapat pag-compare ninyo yung results ng quali and quanti ninyo for the final interpretation. So, concurrent dapat to. Tulad niyan, hindi tayo makikichismis kung anong characteristics ng ating mga teachers sa CAS. Titingnan natin, tulad ng sabi ni Sir Julius kanina, titingnan natin kung anong relevance or anong kinalaman nitong mga civil status niya, number of children with that of the pandemic pedagogy challenges nila. We start with the title page ninyo ay tanggalin natin yung proposal. This is not a proposal anymore. And then, si Ma'am Bea is MSMT also. Sa acknowledgement natin, we don't put the nominals already, the RMT, MPH, PhD, tinatanggal na yun sa ating mga acknowledgement. For the abstract, wala kayong introduction, kahit one sentence lang about pandemic pedagogy challenges and opportunities. And then for your, okay yun. Yeah, next paragraph on this. Yan, hindi tayo statement of the objectives, tayo ay statement of the problem. And then, lahat ng parts ninyo is naka-future tense pa. Remember, pa-past tense na natin kasi nasa final defense na tayo. And then, yeah, hanggang sa conceptual framework. And ito, kasama sa confounding variable nyo, ang Wi-Fi connectivity pa rin. Pero tinanong nyo tong Wi-Fi connectivity sa profiling. So, dapat wala na siya sa confounders ninyo. Tama ba? So, I see nodding kay Monica. So, tama naman siguro yon. And then, same sa ating mga citation. Sa materials and methods, here, you need to discuss na kayo ay mixed method kasi nakalagay is quali lang. Dito sa ating first sentence, first paragraph ng ating methodology. So, dapat nakalagay dito na mixed method tayo, specifically, anong type of mixed method design. And then, mga spacing natin, ano dito, naka-wheel pa rin itong mga to. And then, yan, sa results and discussion natin, discuss according to effect of the profiles in pandemic pedagogy. So yun nga, upper profile like age, ano ba ang kinalaman niya sa nakita niyo kung yung age, kunwari mas maraming 31 to 40, anong effect nito kaya sa pandemic sa pedagogy ng teacher? Civil status, sex, number of children. Hinahanap namin, you just summarize lahat to. Hindi naman nakalagay kung, ano ngayon kung meron silang, most of them ay walang anak. Anong effect nito? And then very important na dapat tama yung mga nakalagay dito. Like this, kung hindi namin to kilala, maniniwala kami na 7 ang may 1-year-old na anak. At saka maraming may anak na mas matanda dito sa 6 years old. And then sa teaching profile natin, itong profile, unahin niya yung table natin. May 1 paragraph lang siguro and then may table kasi nagdi-discuss na kayo, hindi ko pa nakita yung table. Nandun siya sa pinakababa ng discussion ninyo. So just like yung sa ninyo, wala talaga kayong discussion at all. Sinabi nyo lang yung result ng table ninyo. Ito yung sinasabi ni Sir Julius kanina na important dito na kung ano ba talaga yung tinapos niya and then ano yung tinuturo niya. Actually, ang maganda nga dito, dapat makita nyo kung sino yung mga may education units na mga teachers. Kasi sa education, tinuturo kung paano dapat tinuturuan yung mga baka lahat kami, for example, is wala kaming education units. So kami ay, like you, for example, RT kayo, pag graduate kayo, nagturo kayo sa BSRT. So wala kayong training kung paano nyo i-handle dapat yung mga classes nyo. Classroom management, iba-iba pala yung mga estudyante nyo, may iba-iba pala silang mga ugali, things like that. So hindi yan tinuturo sa atin na mga iba yung bachelors. Tinuturo yan sa education. So makikita nyo dito, maganda na meron dapat dito, kung uulitin nyo sa mga teachers, makita kung ano ang kanilang expertise, ano kanilang tinuturo, kung sila ay may education units. And then, yan, ano bang magiging effect kung sila ay 1 to 5 years ago lang nagtuturo? Madali ba sa kanila? Wala silang masyadong problem? So, lahat ito, time spent in preparing the lecture, ano to? 3 to 5 hours in a day? In a week? In a month? Ano
Ma'am,
to?
ano po, yung per lecture po na ituturo po nila.
Kung gaano katagal. Pero
Yes,
paano kung, like, let's say I do it 3 hours, pero every day, before ako magbigay ng lecture, ito total nyo yon?
Considered po siya, ma'am, na days?
I'm not sure kasi merong more than 8 hours dito. So, yun yung ano ko kasi nga, hindi siya ganun kadali mag-prepare for one single lecture. Kaya sabi ni Ma'am Bea, bakit ganun? Baka naman araw-araw ito. Kaya naisip ko baka ganun. Araw-araw siya. And then yung platforms for discussion natin, hindi dapat pinagsasama si CSU Lens sa Google Meet, sa Zoom. Because CSU Lens, ginagamit natin siya for asynchronous. Yung Google Meet, Zoom meetings, these are synchronous. So, dapat nakahiwalay itong mga to. I know that multiple responses. Pwede nilang i-tick each, hiwa-hiwalay, kasi pwedeng marami sa kanilang gumagamit nito. Pero when you categorize it, dapat nakahiwalay siya. Kasi baka magaling ito asynchronously. Itong isang teacher, mas magaling siya pag yung synchronous, same as face-to-face, parang ganun. And then ito, ano yung difference no wired broadband sa Wi-Fi? Hindi ko alam. Kasi may sumagot dito na isa. And then, yon, sa challenges nyo and sa opportunities, naghahanap ako ng summary table. Sa mga activities natin, even dun sa share ko na link ni Sir Jay sa inyo, gumawa siya ng table. I think meron ako nito, i-share ko sa inyo, yung first paper namin na na-publish sa core shelters is qualitative siya. And meron makikita niyo yung thematic table. Nakalagay doon na ang themes namin is infectious diseases, social problems, injuries. And then nakalagay yung mga yun yung hinahanap ni Sir Julius kanina, yung themes ninyo. Remember, meron kayong mga questions. 10, 11 questions for the teachers. Lahat ng responses nun, i-categorize nyo lahat. Tapos dapat meron kayong pinaka-summary table dyan. And you will discuss. Kaya sabi ko, ang ganda ng findings ninyo, hindi nga lang presented ng maayos. Dapat pagkatingin pa lang namin yung challenges encountered, may table na doon. Nakita na namin kung ano yung main themes ng ninyo. Kayong gagawa ng themes na yon, pero pwede kasing deductive ito. Nakita nyo na yung themes na to, doon pa lang sa mga binasa yung literature. Ano yung mga major na kanilang mga challenges, pedagogy challenges. Yun yung hinahanap ko. And then, basta makikita nyo doon, team, i-discuss ko. And then,
Ma'am, choppy ka po.
Sorry. Malinaw na ako, Monica. Nag-unstable kanina yung internet.
Medyo okay na po.
Sige lang. Bigyan natin ng mga ilang segundo. Malinaw na ako, Monica?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So, yun. I hope nakita nyo, Krisha, maalala nyo ba yung may pa-activity ito sa inyo? I think nakita nyo na sinasabi. Meron teams. Alam mo ba, Krisha?
Ma'am, Chappy po ulit.
Ma'am, choppy po ulit.
Ay, nako.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, Chappy po.
Nasa Shopee ka po.
Malinaw na ba ako? Unstable pa din ako.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay na, pero stable pa rin yung internet. Malinaw na ako?
Yes po,
Yes
ma'am.
po, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, so yun nga, kasi when you read your paper, para mo kung pinagbasa ng nobela. Although like this naman talaga ang mga qualitative research. Kasi siyang parang hindi siya per chapter. Happy ulit ko.
Tita, wag na, wag. Wag!
Happy ba ulit?
Okay na po, ma'am. Kanina.
Okay. So yun, tulad yan, the challenges na sinasabi ko sa inyo. So kung ang challenge is, actually, meron kayong mga questions dito. So yun yung hinahanap. Meron mga papers kayo. I think if you've read a lot of RRLs, meron kayong makikita na ang pag-present nila is according to how the questions are given to the teachers. For example, ang header nila is you're teaching influenced by environmental factors, how, and then andun yung meron mga subcategories under this. Meron silang environmental factors according to dahil marami silang anak, according to dahil sila ay walang sariling space. So hindi nyo siya inanarrate how sinabi ng mga teachers, pero meron pa rin siyang mga subcategories under that. Nakuha ba yun, Jumari?
Yes po, ma'am. Pero may nagawa po kasi kami, ma'am, na code. Pero
yes,
may sub-teams din po siya, ma'am. Pwede po ba namin ipa-check po?
Yes, pwedeng ipa-check. So sabi ko nga, kung nakita niyo yung paper namin dun sa core shelters, isang team yung infectious diseases, pero under sa loob ng infectious diseases, nakalagay pa na meron siyang vector-borne, skin diseases, respiratory diseases. Under pa nung mga yon, meron pang ano yung mga sinabi nila na vector-borne diseases doon. Meron silang dengue, chikungunya, and saka namin sabihin yung mga statements under doon. Nag-gets nyo ba yung part na yan, Jumari?
Ay, yes po, ma'am.
So, ganun din yung pagkaka-explain ninyo. Kaya maganda yung pwede kayong mag-start dun sa statements and then yung team, ganun. Pero when you
Ma'am, nawala pa po ulit.
Love, internet. Meron na? Hello?
Yes po, ma'am. Okay na po, ma'am.
Naksi. Juju.
Ayan, nawala na talaga. Question ba? Monica, Jumari, and the rest, meron ba kayong questions? Kung meron questions, I think meron namang taga dito sa inyo. You already booked kay an appointment with Sir Julius. And then, yeah, kung kaya nyo makausap si Sir J also.
Preferably afternoon ako, mama. Huwag sa morning.
Yeah, maraming meeting si Sir Julius in the morning. So, afternoon kay Sir Julius. Yes, Jumari, may tanong?
Wala naman po, ma'am.
Yeah, kasi we want the recommendations also dito. Ito yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Nancy kanina na we want it to be raised, yung mga ito. And pwede pa nilang gawin tong research na to, Sir Julius, sa buong CSU. Lalo na ngayon. Okay.
That's why we have to perfect the questionnaire.
Yes, perfect the questionnaire kasi pwede siyang gawing pang buong CSU. And they make it, pwedeng ma-utilize to, Sir Julius, di ba?
Yes.
Research utilization nila, bongga siya. Oo, kasi sa CSU natin mismo ipapaano. So, dapat maayos nyo ng mabuti. Anyway, congratulations to the group If there are no more questions, Christina?
Thank you, dear panelists, for giving us your precious time for today's activity. Indeed, your comments and suggestions are highly appreciated. At this juncture, may I now present to you the Certificate of Appreciation for our dear panelists. Allow me to read the content of the certificate. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Professor Julius T. Capili, RMT, MPH, PhD, in grateful recognition and sincere appreciation for the invaluable support and services rendered as a member of the panel during the final defense of the Respiratory Therapy Department held online via Zoom meeting on January 16, 2022, given the 16th day of January 2022. Signed, College Dean Professor Dorina D. Sabatin, RMT, MPH, CBO. Signed, Professor Maria Nancy P. Martinez, RDRP, MPH, the Department Chair for the Respiratory Therapy Department. Same certificate is given to Professor Maria Nancy P. Martinez, RTRP, MPH. The same certificate is given to Professor J. Andrea Villa D. Israel, RMT, MPH, MSMD. We now end our today's final defense. Thank you, our dear panelists, our research advisors, our instructor, and to everyone who represented today. Congratulations, guys. A virtual round of applause to us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for our Director, Julius Capili, Ma'am Nancy, and Ma'am Bea. Thank you so much for the time, and congratulations to all presenters today.
Salamat din, lalo na sa pagkain.
Oo nga, ang daming pagkain.
Bye-bye.